All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to City Hall here in the City of Hollywood. Today is February 18th, 2026. It's just a little bit after 1 o'clock. Welcome to our regular City Commission meeting. There is never, though, any regular meeting because there's always important and interesting items on our business for today, as is today. So we begin each meeting with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise for a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. At the start of each meeting, we take an important minute to recognize our veterans, active service personnel, and their families. So if you are a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces or a family member thereof or an active serviceman or person, please rise. We'd like to recognize you. All right. Clerk, let's go ahead with roll call, please.
Commissioner Quintana?
I'm catching up on the mics here. Go ahead.
Here.
Commissioner Shuham?
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Here.
Vice Mayor Kaleri? Commissioner Gruber?
Here.
Commissioner Biederman?
Here.
Mayor Levy?
Here. I'd like to now ask for a motion to accept Vice Mayor Kaleri's participation virtually today.
Motion to accept
Second.
Vice Mayor Kaleri.
All right, motion by Commissioner Hernandez, second by Commissioner Biederman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0. Commissioner Kaleri, if you can hear us, if you just let us know when you'd like to speak.
Not yet, but give me
Okay.
a sec, because something just
Technical issue?
jumped out of.
All right, well, she'll participate virtually, and when she would like to speak, she'll let us know. All right. Today's consent agenda includes items 5 through 15. These are items that don't usually require individual discussion. However, if there's a comment card by the public or a request by the dais, we're happy to remove an item for discussion. Pat, I understand there are some comment cards for some consent items.
Yes, item 5 only.
Item 5, okay, we'll take that up at the start of our regular agenda then.
Seven.
To approve the
Mayor.
balance.
7.
Commissioner Clary is now on the line.
Hey, Commissioner Kaleri, thank you for participating virtually. We already had undertaken a motion to accept your participation.
Thank you.
Consent item 5 has been removed by a public comment. We'll take that up later. Are there any other requests?
7.
Item 5?
Item 7.
7. Item 7. 5 and 7. I will accept the motion to approve the balance of the consent items.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hernandez, second from Commissioner Shuham to approve items 6 and 8 through 15. 6 and 8 through 15. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, show those items 6 and 8 through 15 passing unanimously. All right. On to item 16 is an ordinance. Ordinance of the City Commission, City of Hollywood, amending Chapter 98 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Marine and Waterway Regulations, Boats and Other Vessels, by creating a section of the code as provided in the title entitled Overnight Anchoring Limitation and revising the penalty provisions, providing for a severability clause and repealer. This is an item by the Hollywood Police Department on first reading. Welcome to Assistant Chief Laskowski. If you could just activate the mic, Paul. Should be a button right there, and speak into the mic if you can.
Got it right the second time.
Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney. Paul Laskowski, Police Department, Assistant Chief of Police. The purpose of this is by adding a section to Chapter 98 of the Marine and Waterway Regulations, the overnight anchor limitations. Essentially, we want to establish clear enforcement framework for managing long-term vessel anchoring within the city of Hollywood. The intent is to ensure consistent, defendable enforcement by the police department, marine unit, and also other agencies that could be in our waterways. Basically, this came about in 2025. The Florida legislature authorized municipalities to regulate anchoring outside mooring fields. This will allow us to regulate vessels anchored overnight to no more than 30 days within the 6-month period. With that being said, the hours are basically overnight, half hour after sunset, and a half hour before sunset, and an hour or more in duration for a maximum of 30 days. One of the unique provisions is it doesn't allow the person to relocate the vehicle for a short period of time and come back to the same location and say the clock starts over again. So this gives us that ability to continue that clock unless they could prove a substantial period of time they were outside of this anchoring area to come back in. Otherwise, we still continue with the clock with it. There are some fines that are associated with it. The biggest one is after the third, basically offense. If they're found guilty, it could be a criminal offense punishable by up to a $500 fine or 60 days in jail. So it gives a little bit more teeth when we're dealing with people who are a little less compliant, that there's a little bit more behind that aspect of it. Basically, this is going to go from the 45 days down to the 30 days, and it's just going to give a clear direction to everybody involved with it. So not only within the city of Hollywood, but anybody else that comes in, it'll be clearly outlines how we're going to enforce the anchor limitations.
Great. Well, I think here the state even went further than we were able to get them to do initially, and so this is a better result, a little more teeth. I'm going to go ahead and open up a public hearing. Are there any speaker cards on item 16?
No cards.
All right, public hearing is now closed. Commissioner Shuham.
Thank you, Mayor. I just really wanted to thank HPD and our staff because Hollywood was really on the cutting edge of this issue many years ago. It took a long time for us to work with the state, help create the first state legislation on this issue, have it passed at the county level in Broward County, and then the city level. So with everyone's help, our lakes look so different than they did 8 years ago, 7 years ago. It's really miraculous. And so it is rewarding to see that after all of that effort by our police department and others, that those results have now been extended at the state level. So I motion to approve and thank you to you and your team.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Shuham, a second from Commissioner Gruber to approve the ordinance on first reading. I'll invite the city attorney to read the ordinance, and we'll call the roll call vote.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Hollywood, Florida, amending Chapter 98 of the City of Hollywood Code of Ordinances entitled Marine and Waterway Regulations, Boats and Other Vessels by creating Section 98.015 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Overnight Anchoring Limitation and revising the penalty provisions, providing for a severability clause and a repealer provision.
Commissioner Quintana.
Yes.
Commissioner Shuham.
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaleri.
Yes.
Commissioner Gruber.
Yes.
Commissioner Biederman.
Yes.
Mayor Levy.
Yes, let's show the ordinance passing unanimously on first reading. Thank you, Assistant Chief. All right, let's take up the two items from consent. Item 5, if I'd like to invite City Manager, perhaps if Allison can come up, the resolution of the City Commission amending the established Partnership for Engaged Neighborhoods program. Allison, if you could, since we have speaker cards, maybe you could just introduce the item, tell us what the topic is for the benefit of the public, and then we'll hear the comments and we'll entertain the item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and staff. Allison Saffold, Civic Affairs Administrator, City Manager's Office. This item is a resolution to change the requirement for the Partnership for Engaged Neighborhoods program, the requirement for the PEN funds only. To become a member of PEN, we ask our civic associations to register via our website and submit their bylaws, a list of their meetings for the past year, a list of their board members, and we provide them with support. They support us by promoting our events and activities. We are asking that moving forward, if this resolution passes, that they submit a list of the names of their board members, names and addresses of the board members, directors, and officers, so that we would verify that they live within the boundaries of the Civic Association. That would make them eligible to receive the $1,000 moving forward.
Thank you, Allison. All right, let's hear the speaker cards. If you're here to speak on this item, there's Pat, our city clerk. Please fill out a comment card, and I'll call them in the order that I received them. Let's begin with Terry Cantrell, followed by Lynn Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Terry Cantrell, President probably for life of the Hollywood Lakes Civic Association, and here today speaking on behalf of the HLCA and all the other PEN members as well that will be here to speak as well. You know, when we brought this idea forward a couple of years ago to the city, we were thrilled that Allison embraced it, and city staff and the city manager did as well. We got some resistance, most particularly from a couple other civic associations. The Beach Civic Association in particular, Frank DeRisi, president back then, was adamantly opposed to this because he said, you know, the city commission, the city can try to run our organizations for us. And I assured him that can't possibly happen. We're independent 501c3 and 4 corporations. We have our own bylaws. We have our boards, and they can't tell us what to do. How wrong I was. Oh boy. And, you know, and by the way, the money was Allison's idea. We never asked for the $1,000 grant. It's just a bonus, and it's a very, very nice thing to do, too. So, I mean, our board of directors, not only do you have to be a Lakesian resident to be on our board, you also have to live in the Lakes to even be a member of the Civic Association. And our board members are published every issue 4 times a year and on our website. If anybody is interested in where these people live, get on Marty Care's website and look it up. They all live in the Lakes. Our bylaws state they must live in the Lakes. So no question about that, too. And, you know, we work very closely with staff. We respect staff, and we feel they respect us. We have no more influence than any other civic association. We're nothing special. And we're very solvent. We have hundreds and hundreds of members. So this isn't necessarily about the HLCA. It's about other civic associations that are struggling, that do need the help. So I don't understand what this is all about, quite frankly. I mean, this is very much like the state taking away our home rule, just like taking your home rule. I mean, this is no different. You don't want to do like we say, then we're going to tell you how it's going to be. Or worse yet, how about the federal government taking away funding if they don't like some city or some private groups? So this is no different than that. And there's just no reason for it. And Mayor, you were the president of the Hollywood Hillside. Would you have it like this back then? For the city to tell you how you're going to run your board? I don't think you would have, too. So. And of course, oddly enough, the 2 groups that have this situation that we're in question today are both in District 2. Go figure. Liberia and downtown Parkside, and they're the ones that are going to be hurt by this. So,
Terry,
I don't understand what this is all about.
Can you speak, while we have time, can you speak to the issue of the integrity of the representation? Because that was the driving force by the proposal, was to make sure that the integrity of the voice coming from the Civic Association represented people who lived in the neighborhood, that would be reflected through a requirement that actually people who live in the neighborhood are the ones that are serving on the board and speaking for the association, so to speak.
Correct.
So maybe you can speak to that, your perspective?
Sure. The only reason why there are boards that don't have 100% resident memberships is because they can't get the people to do it. That's all. It's not that they're not. They have the bylaws, they're legal corporations, that's the #1 requirement. Why does it matter if a couple of the board members live right across the street in a different district, which isn't the case with Lynn Smith will tell you. I mean, should that really matter? I mean, what?
So you don't feel like it injures the integrity of the association?
Absolutely not. I mean, they're still legal corporations. You're trying to tell us, legal Florida registered corporations, 501c3 or 4, how to run your business. I don't understand why we would even do that. And by the way, let's not forget, too, that there are 2 new PEN members now, Driftwood and Florida, Playland Estates. They probably could use this money. Do they have all their members? I don't know. Right. Hopefully they do. But if they don't, they don't. And the bottom line here is that, let's not forget, Commissioner Linda Sherwood, you let her serve on your board when she moved to Georgia, all because of 1301. I mean, is this hypocritical or not? So I thank you very much for the time. I'm going to go sit down and brace myself for what's coming.
Commissioner Hernandez, go ahead. Terry, if you could,
Yeah.
question by Commissioner
If
Hernandez.
you don't mind.
Yeah.
I remember when I first became a commissioner that I would go to different associations and I would join on the association. And I joined the Hollywood Lake Civic Association. I paid my $20. I got a note from you and my $20 back saying, if you don't live here, you cannot be a member of the association.
Thank you.
Just by the statement that you just made, but how hypocritical on your behalf to say that it's okay for you guys to do it, but that we as a commission have to accept everybody else not to adhere by their bylaws. So that's the part that I look at it, that it's got to be a two-way street. And we're not trying to run anybody's association. They can do whatever, but some of the associations that you mentioned were not living by their own bylaws. They changed their bylaws in order to abide by, now we can have the bylaws. I don't have an issue when it comes to that. The issue here is the taxpayers' money. And that's all we're doing. We're not giving unfunded mandates like the state does. Or we're not trying to say we're going to take away your funding if you don't do what we say. What we say is, do as your bylaws says that you're going to do. That was how this whole thing got started. But your association is a model. Why can't every other association do the same thing? And I would imagine that you would want to support what your association does, because you guys had no problem telling a commissioner, here's your money back, we don't want your membership because you don't live in our neighborhood.
When people donate, when people outside of the lake's boundaries try to donate, try to join our organization, we offer the money back, or you can leave it, we'll take it as a donation. Most people say, go ahead and keep the money, we like what you do.
I didn't have that option. You
Well,
sent me a note and sent me my money back.
well,
I'm just trying to say is,
Yeah,
when,
but that was the right thing for us to do. That's our bylaws.
and that's
But it may
fine.
not be other people's bylaws. It may not be other people's bylaws.
My point is, that is a true association.
Right.
That it's a civic association from the people in the area, for the people in the area. And to me, and to, I guess, some of the commissioners, the majority of us, feel that that's how it should be. And that's all. That's all
Okay.
we're trying to do.
Listen, you can posture it, how, the bottom line is that if there are civic associations, smaller ones that are struggling to try to get going, and they need help from people that may not live directly within their boundaries, why would we penalize them? It's punitive. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Thanks,
I mean,
Terry.
Thank you.
Let's keep going with the cards, and then we'll have time for discussion. Lynn Smith, followed by Claire Garrett.
I'm changing the energy. This is just for you to see where your money goes.
Into the mic, please.
Hello, okay.
Just
This is
identify
for you.
yourself and the association, maybe.
These are money that we spent our pen money for, so I wanted you to see this and change the energy in here for a minute. And this is our sign. We got 25 double-sided signs. I know you see them all over the place. So just to know, and I made little packages. I'm coming back. One of them is a postcard that goes into businesses downtown. We leave them so people can see them. The other one is a door hanger. And then we have plain business cards that say Board of Directors. So that's where our funding that we used for this year went to, so I wanted to let you know. Okay, since I seem to be one of the ones that you guys are discussing, I have to tell you that limiting who can be on our board would be horrible for us, and we would have to give up the money because we have one of our members that has been there. I have this big thing to read, and it was mostly to begin about Peter Hernandez, who helped us at the beginning. And I went to Peter and he said, just wait. And then we waited and then we started. And Peter even named it. He said, include everybody's neighborhoods so that everybody would know to come. Because we have downtown, we have business members, we have renters, we are not going to fit those guidelines. And sadly, we've had such a good time with the PEN program and enjoyed meeting all the people that are staffing of the city in a casual way. I don't understand why you want to take that away from us now. And if it means giving up the $1,000, I funded this thing, and our board members funded it all the way since 2018. We will continue to do that. But I want to know why. What happened? And Peter, you surprised me a lot because you know more than anybody about our neighborhood and our board members. And we're not going to change. If somebody comes to me and says, if they live in Hollywood Hills and they say, we love the downtown, we want to see what's going on, we want to be on your board. Well, our board is going to say yes, because you guys have no idea about what we go through now, especially with our political environment, getting people to come on the board, never mind just come on the board and work. And Commissioner Biederman, you were talking about president with term limits. Nobody even wants to do that. Most of these civic associations presidents stay, not because they always want to, but because nobody wants to do this work. We do this for nothing. I spend hours and hours during the month working. My board, thank God, I have a good board, but they still have lives. They still have businesses. They have things to do. So in the end, hello, I'm here. And I've been president since 2018, and thanks to Peter, he got us going and saw that our first meeting had 40 people at it. Well, our meeting in October had 5 people. And I called Peter on the phone that night, and I said, Peter, what am I going to do? Nobody wants to come. Nobody wants to come. Well, we were in the Armory. Now we move back to Lippman Center, and thank God for Josh. He brought in a really good crowd. We were interactive. So you guys can't just pick this thing and want to change what we decide on and how we run our businesses.
Thanks,
We're not
Lynn.
going to let it happen.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Lynn? So you think that I'm trying to hurt the associations, even though all I've done is help you create the association?
Oh, you did, with no
And help you whenever you need anything
Absolutely.
for the association, help you when the neighborhood needs anything? And I ask you to encumber all of the areas so that there would be the ability for people from the area to serve on your board.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand why you think I'm out to hurt the association.
I don't know, Peter.
Because
I don't understand.
I am not. So I don't know where you interpret what I'm trying to do as hurting the
But
association.
it
What I do
doesn't
want,
happen. It doesn't happen, Peter. You can want all you want, but it doesn't
Be able to
happen.
finish what I have to say. My interest is from the people from the area to represent the association for the people in the area. That's what a civic association does.
Exactly.
Well, unless you're saying that there's a void, or are you saying that the people around the area don't have an interest? And I don't believe that's the case. Who from the association doesn't live in your area, if I may ask?
Angel Williams. She's been with us since 2018 when we started, and she lives 2 blocks west. And I believe that Beam Fur recommended her to come to our board. And she's
2
been on
blocks
our
west
board
of
of the railroad tracks.
correct.
Right.
That's not in a different district. That's within 2 blocks.
Helen's district.
Does your homeowners, does your civic association says that they can be outside of your
Yes.
area? You following
It
the?
does.
You
And so
follow?
what I'm saying is, we have business owners. If we have business owners that maybe have businesses downtown but don't live there, so do I throw them off my board?
No, you can say they have a business in the.
But
in
you're
the
not
association.
saying that. You're saying that they
We're
have
not.
to
We're not.
decide.
We're not trying to run your association. If you look, if you,
It feels like it, Peter. It feels like it. Because
No,
of
no,
all
Let's
people-
that's okay.
continue on.
It's all right. I just wanted to say something, but I see how you guys pay back. Thank you.
No, pay back with that's not fair, Peter.
Hey,
We're
Lynn,
grateful.
if I could.
This whole thing, which I didn't even say, about how much you helped us and how you were there the night when we only have 5 people there. And now instead of making it easier for us, you're making it harder by some ridiculous If somebody from Hollywood Hills wants to come on our board, and you know what I say to everybody all over the civic associations, if you think that the beach and the downtown just belongs to us, you are wrong. West Hollywood needs to they need to come in and see what's happening downtown. We have a wonderful things, all kinds of things happening downtown. And everybody thinks it just belongs to us. And so if somebody from West Hollywood wants to come on my board and the board accepts them, they're coming. That's not
Let's,
fair.
Thank you, Lynn. Let's continue on with the comment cards. Claire Garrett, followed by Siobhan McLaughlin.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Claire Garrett, Program Director of Park East Civic Association. This Penn amendment is perceived by many as a knee-jerk response to some kind of grievance that some city commissioners seem to have about certain civic associations. According to the original 2023 resolution, the Penn program was established to, quote unquote, strengthen community bonds and encourage civic engagement. The Penn grant was described as follows, and I quote again, a one-time per year grant of up to $1,000 may be provided to eligible civic associations to assist with community events that encourage residents to help beautify their neighborhood or to enhance membership. Projects must be approved by the city, end quote. Registered civic associations are encouraged to consider and possibly, this is also a quote, and possibly plan events that will engage neighborhood residents, both full-time and seasonal, to help beautify their community and engage in other community-enhancing projects. To disqualify a civic association from receiving reimbursement for expenses related to community-enhancing projects not only punishes that specific civic association for the fatal flaw of having just one board member who lives across the street from the official boundaries of that civic association, but it also discourages associations from undertaking more of these community-enhancing activities to the detriment of the entire city. Since project expenses already must be approved by the city, that is the city's guarantee that grant money reimbursement to a civic association is being spent wisely and for the benefit of the city. The home address of a civic association board member is truly irrelevant to the value of the reimbursable expense of the project. In closing, Park East Civic Association does not have a dog in this fight, as all of our board members live within our boundaries, but we feel compelled to stand with those civic associations that will be adversely affected if this resolution amendment passes. And we want to remind you that it will not be just those civic associations that will be punished, but it will also punish the very communities that those civic associations so selflessly serve. Thank you for considering this alternate point of view.
Thank you, Claire. Siobhan McLaughlin, followed by Dr. Basil Phillips.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Siobhan McLaughlin, 1409 Rodman Street. I'm Director of the Hollywood Lake Civic Association. I'm also a member of Park East and North Central because I believe that civic associations are very important. I'm urging you to vote no to reject this amendment. People far more eloquent than I, especially Claire just now, gave you really good reasons. I think you also need to understand the hypocrisy of a city that basically rails against the state imposing rules trying to do this. We understand there is oversight. You have the names, you have the addresses, and the civic associations provide the bylaws. If they are abiding by their bylaws, then by all means, you should leave them to do their good work. Our civic association, as pointed out, also does not have a dog in this fight. And as the membership director, I would have actually called Commissioner Hernandez and asked if he wanted his membership donation as a donation or as and return it to him. And that's been our policy. If I were asked, and now that I take care of my mother, my time is much more limited, but I would also serve as a director on another board if they needed the help. It has been amazing, this program, to meet the other active people in the community, the leaders, share ideas, be able to explain how we do things, and it is a tremendous gift. It is a wonderful program. Allison and the city manager for putting it together deserve incredible, incredible thanks from all of us. I urge you not to change a program that's working. This resolution is essentially a solution looking for a problem. Thank you.
Let's go to Dr. Basil Phillips, and the last speaker will be Andre Brown.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, Commissioners. Basil Phillips, the president of the Liberia Civic Association. I believe not only do we have a dog in this fight, we are the dog. The reason I'm stating that is because we've been isolated for so long. And now part of what the city is dealing with is a civic association that's empowering the community, but not only empowering the community, empowering the city of Hollywood. We've had 3 spelling bee competitions in Hollywood, and next year we're going to have the City of Hollywood Spelling Bee competition. We have individuals who are dealing with sickle cell, and we're dealing with individuals who, because of the community, not that area, but the community, have supported it. We were able to give $5,000 to individuals who were ill. I was here one day and we talked about the park, Henry Graham Park, and the fact that people were abusing the park and sleeping in the park. And now we have a community walk in support of sickle cell. And we have a farmer's market after the walk where we provide fruits and vegetables, and we have 50 to 60 people show up. I could go on and on and on. But more importantly, what I have is a paperwork here that states that there's another Liberia Civic Association. And this civic association was registered by Marty Jammy, or Jammy Marty. I have no idea who this gentleman is, but if someone goes on social media, they will see Liberia Civic Association with individuals that we have no idea who they are and why it says Liberia Civic Association. Too often individuals have tried to find our Liberia Civic Association, and they were confused with the one that's already on there. So we're asking one that not only deny this, but give us an opportunity to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips. Liberia Association is doing some great work, as you highlighted, so really appreciate it and exemplary. Mr. Brown.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Managers, and to all my brothers and sisters. Number one, the pen, no one puts me under their umbrella. United Neighbors of South Hollywood. I don't take orders from no one that's in the pen. I don't. No one owns me at the end of the day. No one tells me what to do or my association. If anybody want to run theirs a different way, let them run it. But United Neighbors, it's not going to be stumped on or anything like that, because Bean Fur divided us. He divided us over there. So y'all want me to keep talking? Just wait. Y'all going to see it during the elections. The other thing, too, is that we're not going to put up with it. Someone in the ACCA wrote their name and falsified criminal. And Helen gonna get with you, Chief. She's gonna file a police report. Up there to the Florida, where you sign in for the association, took her name off of it. Somebody better explain something. Because guess what? The big dog is here. I'm gonna make sure that this be criminal and taken care of. By the way, I seen on Facebook a few minutes ago, we got a coward who put something on the Facebook with all the commissioners, except you, Shuham, the rest of y'all, except you, the rest of y'all was on the Facebook. But coward enough to put that on Facebook and talk all kind of noise, but where's he at now? Be a man with balls. Come on up here if you got something to say. Because I'm going to come up here and say what I'm going to say. And by the way, if Bean Fur wouldn't have divided our community, and Liberia, y'all didn't know nothing about this. The man divided my community. And he can't say he didn't. He's two-faced it, and he's not a real leader to me. Because y'all community wouldn't have been still flooding after all those years, and we had the master plans that they never went by. That's true. That's true. Don't act like everybody confused now. That's true. I got all the master plans. Look at them. Who names are in there? That's why your community is still like that. The Bible say, put no trust in man, and that's true. I see why. Because a den of thieves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andre. That concludes the public comments on this item. Clearly, there's some passion, from the perspective of those who spoke. Some of them who spoke that they'd not want this requirement, promulgated on the civic associations, that the $1,000 goes far, and that for their operational reasons, sometimes, they'll accept a board member or even a president. I think I'm learning now in the case of Basil Phillips, who lives outside of Liberia, but otherwise was selected by the Liberia Association to be the president and has a good track record of outcomes to show for it in terms of how he's elevated the civic association's ability to do its work and to provide a benefit to people who live in Liberia. That's an example, a successful one. I think what Commissioner Hernandez, when he proposed this item, really was looking to prevent is that when you allow for board members, not members, but board members are, to serve on a civic association and influence its prioritization, its work, and they don't live in the neighborhood, then it could be looked at as outside influence looking to interfere with, what the everyday resident in that association would otherwise, want to prioritize as and appeal to the city to help them with. And so I think that was probably the main concern is the outside influence issue, because we've seen in cases where not necessarily your association, that there seems to be a feeling that there is that influence and that it injures the integrity and accountability for people of that neighborhood, feeling like people from their own neighborhood are the ones on the board. They understand the issues of the neighborhood because they live there, and so therefore they're accountable for what they do or don't do for the association because they live there, they have a stake in it, and that their priorities are not affected by an agenda that comes from the outside. That's the rationale and what I think in good faith Commissioner Hernandez through this proposal was looking to assure, is that the representation of the neighborhood retains its integrity through the fact that the people who are serving on the board actually live there, know the pain points, and can speak in an accountable and lived experience way. So I don't want him to, if you guys feel like he's had bad intentions, because it's not bad intentions. He wanted through this proposal the idea that the associations have authentic representation at the board level from people who live in the association. So that's where it's coming from. On the other hand, sometimes we talk about, unintended consequences. I personally feel like the Liberia example, is an example of a situation where there is an outside, a president who happens to live outside and probably just can't sell his house and move to Liberia for the financial reasons that we all share about selling a home and finding a replacement. But that is doing a great job. So I don't know how we're going to, talk this through and balance it. I wonder, Commissioner Hernandez, what your perspective is, whether you can see both sides and kind of how you feel about. And look, we do, when we know that there could be an association that's influenced from outside board members, if in the end there's transparency and we know that, then we can take that into account when they come in and they speak before us too. So, the $1,000, Lynn showed goes to their marketing. For Liberia, goes for the same eligible expenses of the Penn program. So I'm willing to listen. I can see both sides of the matter. So Commissioner Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I can certainly see both sides, but you said one key word, transparency. Yeah. By the way, Liberia was never the dog, as you call it. It was not the target. I knew all along that you didn't live not only you didn't live in Liberia, you didn't even live in the district. You lived in District 3. Liberia is in District 2, and the association is all the way on the other side of Sheridan Street. You were never the target. I appreciate what you do for the association. I know that the treasurer lives on the other side, on Pembroke Road. That's not the representation of that particular area. So I am happy to accept whether they reside or own a business in that particular general area that they're looking to represent in order for them to maintain the funding. That's not the issue. But now that you mention Liberia, their association's bylaws did not allow somebody that didn't live in the association area to be on the board. And yet he was. That just changed recently. And that's okay. No, I'm just saying, you were not the target, but you single yourself out. Let's go about what we know and what we don't know and what we tolerate and what we don't tolerate. No, hang on. There's other individuals who hide, which Mr. Brown kind of highlighted that, who hide and throw all kinds of rocks, yet they live in a glass house. They're not here today. You were not the target. We're looking to help you, and I've said it publicly, whatever you guys need, I'm here to help. You change your bylaws in order for you to be able to guide. I'm okay with tweaking whether you live or whether you have a business in the area. If you have a business in the area, you're affected by what happenings there. What I like to encourage and what I want to see growth is people from that area be mindful of their civic duties and be able to join and to create the room for them to be able to be part of that association. Unless you have something like this, there's an incentive for the association to look for local people. You're not gonna do it. So this is my intent. This is my purpose. I have helped every association that I've come across, whether it been a donation, whether it been by joining them, and I've joined them and I paid them not their dues, and I paid them every time I went there because I wanted to make sure, because before the pen existed, Peter existed. An association would tell you that I would go by, and every month I would pay. I would pay my $20. I would pay my fee. So for some people that don't, as they say, they don't have anything to say, to come out and bash what we're trying to do is because it's convenient for them to do so. And I'm okay with that. The reason I'm out here is because people ask me to represent them. And the people that I represent have asked me, we want the people from the area to represent the people from that area. I have no problem tweaking, and I like to make that amendment to accept, if you guys are okay with that, people to live or have a business in the area where the Civic Association represent. You guys support that? That's a motion.
Let's,
Okay.
all right, we have a motion to adopt the resolution with that.
With that amendment.
In that form.
That form.
Whether, so you can be a director or officer of an association and still be eligible for the Penn grant through its other requirements by virtue of living in the association area or owning a business therein.
Correct.
Owning or working or
Owning or working. If you work in the area, you're affected by what's going on in there. I don't want somebody, because if the way people are speaking, okay, if you live in Miramar and you live in Pembroke Pines, you can be part of this association.
Right.
Where's the civic part of that?
And you're not referring to membership, you're talking about
I'm talking about
board
board.
member or officer.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, just a minute. We have to continue here in the order, and then if you're called on, you'll have an opportunity. All right, we do have a motion on the floor. Let's continue down the queue.
Excuse me, Mayor, who made the second?
Commissioner Biederman.
Thank you.
Let's go to Commissioner Shuham, and then buzz in other commissioners if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as I said the first time this came up, I completely disagree with this. I think I couldn't have said it any better than Claire. And then it was funny in my notes preparing for today, I had written to myself, this is a solution in search of a problem, which is exactly what Siobhan said. I think that what's being missed in the discussion is that these boards operate as their own entities. If they felt that someone on their board wasn't doing a good job, they would vote that person off. And so for us to say, personally, I don't have a huge problem if somebody lives in Miramar. What if their grandmother or their mother lives in the Lakes? And that person can't make it to all the meetings, but they want their daughter that lives in Miramar to be an active part of the association. I think that's fantastic. And if that person from Miramar isn't doing a great job for the city of Hollywood, they'll be voted off the board. I also raised last time, the beach. We have a ton of snowbirds. I live in a condo. The president of my condo lives in Kentucky. She is a great president for our condo. She has the best interest of our condo at heart. So I think for me, the bottom line is, why are we interfering in any way in the operation of these organizations? And why would we penalize them by taking away $1,000 over which the city has control to enhance their operations and gain members and publicize the good work that they're all doing? I think to the point that this is a solution in search of a problem, it is my understanding that not a single resident, not a single association, not a single citizen has made a complaint about this issue. If that were the case, we can address it, but that's not the case. This is coming from this commission. This isn't coming from the active members of these associations. And, you know, with respect to integrity, transparency, all these things, we should let these associations govern themselves. And the other point that I made when this first came up the other day is the crazy burden that we'd be putting on our staff. So now not only would Allison have to see where everyone lives, she has to see where everyone works, and she has to see all the businesses they own. I mean, it's crazy. I think what the solution that we have in place to allow the PEN program to review the request for the $1,000 really alleviates that problem. To shift it, I just feel like it will take all the joy out of it for Allison. I don't want her to stop doing this, but that would really be an awful position for her to be in. Say, because on your board, Terry Cantrell, because you have somebody's granddaughter who's offering to help you be on your board, we're going to take the $1,000 away from you. To have that fall on Allison's shoulders, I don't really get it. So I certainly don't support this. I think that bylaws control these organizations. The $1,000 should be granted to any organization that satisfies the PEN program. We have some organizations that don't accept the $1,000 for whatever reason. The other point that, the last point, which I forgot to make, which is the boundaries of the association. The city didn't divide these neighborhoods up. These neighborhood associations, just like Lynn was crediting you for, you know, including all the various neighborhoods in her association, the boundaries are set by the association. So the other unforeseeable thing I could see happening is, in the case of Lynn, she has somebody that's great on their board that lives 2 blocks away. We would be forcing her then to come to Allison and say, I have to shift the boundaries of my organization. It just doesn't seem worth it. I think the checks and balances are already there to make sure that the money is being spent in an appropriate way, to your point, to really reflect and enhance that association community. And, you know, with that, I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I could not support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Quintana, followed by Commissioner Biederman. Commissioner Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor. My concern with this is that I remember when I was first starting my civic association, that I had the opportunity to meet Terry Cantrell and the then president of the Parkland Parkland, yours, Commissioner Gruber, Playland Estates. And I was given an opportunity to talk to both so that I could learn about what it took to start up an association. I had never even heard of a civic association. I mean, it was really a primer for me for what that meant. I didn't want to charge any dues because I know the people in my neighborhood don't have the resources. And I wanted to do it for free. But as I learned, as I went, it does take money to do the things that a civic association does. And I think that, unfortunately, the neighborhoods that would need the $1,000 the most are the ones where the residents are busy in survival mode and unable, in many cases, to be civically engaged. Like I often say, it's not that I don't care about every single part of our city, but we have parts of our city that have excellent advocacy and excellent engagement people who help us get the message out to their neighbors, because they listen to their neighbors more than they listen to us. The ones that don't have someone to spread the word, to help us with get accurate information out, are the ones where the residents are not engaged. They're not involved. And they don't have the money to spread information about why a civic association is important. I'm just thinking that the ones that would be hurt the most by taking away the $1,000 option would be those neighborhoods. So I, as it stands right now, I mean, for me, trying to get the Johnson Street Business District going initially was an idea that the small businesses there would have an investment in the neighborhood that they serve, because I couldn't get all the engagement from the people who live there. And I thought if I combine them, then maybe we can actually get something going that, mutual interest in a good area. Let me tell you, it was a heavy lift with me paying a lot when I had no money, paying a lot out of my pocket to make it happen. So, I wish I had something like Penn back then. And I have not been able to get engagement from my neighborhood since I stopped being the Civic Association president. So for me, it's like anything we can do to help those neighborhoods be engaged, we should do. We should encourage, not discourage. So that's enough.
Idelma, could you speak to the issue of neighborhood representation, though? It sounds like in your in your growth, in your civic life, you were looking for people in the neighborhood, and other associations and positions in office. You typically have to live in the district where you're running or otherwise trying to represent. That's a common ideal in this country.
Yeah.
For the purpose of for true representation through
Right.
the person that lives in the boundary. So, because that's really where this is coming from.
I was just kind of wondering, because back then when I was starting, I remember going to there was a national program for training civic leaders. And I have to see if somebody from that time remembers what that organization was. Because I think as long as everyone is clear on the intention, the intent and the purpose for a civic association, it should be okay. It shouldn't be something where it's a adversarial relationship with our city. It should be a collaborative relationship, and as long as everybody understands that that's their role, I don't see why it has to be someone who lives within the
I guess
boundaries.
the best example is when the city of Hollywood changed itself to district elected offices for the purpose of having, representation that lives in each district that can really express, the needs and the priorities of that area because they live there, and that because they live there, they kind of know it best. I think it's kind of like where this is, this is the intent behind it. So
I think, again, if it's clear on the purpose for the civic association to benefit that area, then it shouldn't matter. I mean, my understanding is, again, there are parts of our city that have always had strong advocates, and then other parts of our city that when we didn't have districts, were really not represented because they didn't have people to speak for those areas. And that's my understanding of why districts happened. So the pattern has remained where there are some areas where there's a lot of representation and a lot of vocal advocates, and other areas in our city where that's not the case. But at least now I'm here, right? Before I wouldn't have been.
that's the intent of Commissioner Hernandez. He's trying to say, hey, let's make sure that these civic associations have the right representation and not represented at large.
And that's great. It's just the question of who determines what is the right representation. That's, I agree with him. I agree with you, Peter, that should be the right representation. But who defines that? It should be them who define that.
Okay. Commissioner Biederman.
We're trying to define that right now. So, I agree that we should be building civic engagement within our neighborhoods. And my issue is the same, is that you can't have an outside influence. And Commissioner Quintana, when you say how we're trying to build associations to be in a unified position with the city, that's not what we're having here. We're having an adversarial relationship. Some of the associations build their membership on creating that adversarial relationship by saying the city's not doing it right. We think they should do it differently. That's how they build their membership. That's how you get people out to a civic association meeting, by creating that that hate and a division. So I think we need to have our associations should be represented by the residents that are in that area, the same way our districts are done, the same way that you are here. It's because we have districting. If we didn't have districting, you wouldn't be here, I might not be here, but we are, and it's the same associations that are in that adversarial relationship that don't want districting either. Charter review, there were certain members of our community that were advocating against districting because they want to be able to control the dais and not have a voice of every single district or every single area of the city. I think the hypocrisy is the not realizing your own hypocrisy sometimes. And Commissioner Shuham, when you talk about the Penn program is to promote the good things of our city, some of our associations only promote the bad stuff and only create the way, if it's not done their way, it's the wrong way. We have decorum here.
Len, you can't interfere. Len, you can't interfere with
I
the
think
meeting.
people know who it is. Listen,
Len, if you continue interrupting, I'm going to have to ask you to leave, so please don't.
what does Michael Jackson say? Look at the man in the mirror sometimes. Penn was supposed to promote the good things of the city, and it's not sometimes. It's promoting, the negativity. And as Andre said, some people aren't in this room, but they have no problem going on social media talking about how we don't know what we're doing up here, and the only two people that know what they're doing is the two people that are siding with them all the time, or throwing cover for them, or defending them, or anything of the fact. I think that if we have to live by term limits and we have to live within the districts that we are living in, then we should hold the associations that hold us accountable should hold themselves accountable. That's the issue I think that I have. That's the issue that Commissioner Hernandez has. Although I don't want to speak for him. I think that if we're going to, the federal government, we might not like it, but the federal government, in order to save lives, said we think every state should have seatbelt law and every state should have speeding limits, or you're foregoing your FDOT fund, your DOT funding. That's what the Penn program is. If you want to have an association and you want to do good things for your neighborhood and do good things for the city, people that it should be self-governed by the people that live in that neighborhood, we're willing to reward that with a financial aid of helping you build your membership capacity. And listen, I'm all for, people say I don't like civic associations, but I all love civic associations. I was complimented by Terry Cantrell because I'm the only one that puts my civic associations in my New Horizons article or on my newsletters. I always promote the associations. And to be told that I'm against civic associations is just hypocritical and wrong. And I advocated for and supported the boot camp that we did several years ago to build the next generation of leaders. But unfortunately, some of the existing generation don't want to build that next generation. So that's why I think term limits are important. I think residency is important. If you want, you want to open it up to anybody that lives in Hollywood for your civic association, great. At least live in Hollywood. Don't live in Miramar or Pembroke Pines or Pembroke Park. So, I didn't really want to talk on this, but I wanted to make my voice heard because apparently I was thrown out on social media today that I am against civic associations or whatever it is that's being said. I'm not against civic associations. I'm for transparency and I'm for civic activation. I mean, I've been doing civic activism my entire life. That's what brought me into this seat. I didn't just move into a district and decide to run for commissioner in that district because somebody in another district wants to control another voice on the dais here. So I'm here for the right reasons. I know I'm here for the right reasons. And when people, they say when you have critics, you're doing the right job. I know I'm doing the right job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Biederman. Commissioner Gruber, you didn't have a chance to speak yet, and there's others going for a round two, so I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you. A lot of feelings with this. I think I have less baggage when it comes to it as far as the feelings towards it, but I'm very, very pro civic association. Playland Estates, as you all know, is the only civic association in my district, aside from Driftwood, which I have a sliver, that just got a new president, and they're revamping, and I'm happy to help them. I can't speak on their behalf, but I'm going to assume that I don't think they would want board members from District 1 joining or other districts, but I think they want representation from Playland Estates. However, and I did support this in the beginning, and I'm just like the mayor said, there are unintended consequences. Like we see with Dr. Phillips, who's doing great work there, and that does concern me. The intent of what you propose, I totally agree with it. We don't want people on a civic association that are bringing their views and their wants that don't align with the majority of the people in that neighborhood. I get that. Commissioner Shuham, you brought up that the president of your condo association doesn't live there full time. I don't think that's a fair comparison because that's a condo association and they own property there. So, I wouldn't compare that. I think this is different. So what I'm hearing is you wouldn't be allowed to join the board, but let me just clarify, you'd still be able to be a member and receive PEN money? So a member could come to all meetings, I'm asking, to all meetings and still participate at those association meetings, is that correct?
I mean,
We're only talking about the board membership, the people that actually, but as far as membership, just like, and by the way, I think we're losing the gist of what this was. Everybody has become adversarial when in fact, quite the contrary is the intent. Civic associations in the past knew the business owners from their area because they went out and worked with them to see what the business owners needed, and in return, the business sponsors some of their events and some of their things. This is what I think civic associations should be going back to, just like what you said when you started going out. Because when you started, by the way, my business was on Johnson Street, and you were very territorial. You didn't go west of 441. And we were west of 441. We're west of it, and we respected that, and we still support you because we felt that what you were doing was needed. And you laugh because I remember we had this conversation. So at the end of the day, the key is we want to go back to our roots. We want to go back to be able to be civic about the people we represent. And that is engaging your businesses. Look, Frank Vidal from Sheridan Lumber, he would love to be able to sponsor something. Nobody has gone to talk to him. Okay? Coffee Cult, the same thing. They help people. What's wrong with asking the people that have the time to go talk to those people? This is not to put somebody out, but to give them a way up. And the way you do that is you get engaged with the people that you're from that neighborhood. So, and if there's got to be an exception, hey, put the exception on your documents, because what has transpired since I started talking about this to the association that were violating their own bylaws, expanded their bylaws to be able to comply. And that's to me, that's a plus. Now, if there's more than it's needed, let's talk about it. Let's get it done. This is not about excluding people or punishing them. This is about helping them do what the community really needs, which is engagement. Talk to the businesses from Liberia. How many local businesses from there support their association? Talk to them. Get engaged. That's what it's been happening. So that's what I'm looking forward to do. And that's why I'm supporting this. And based on what I heard, you have somebody from 2 blocks away. Okay, expand your association. The other association is not going to be a problem. Make an exception. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to add, not to subtract. But I don't want to just add for the sake of adding. And by the way, I think that some of the comments regarding somebody from Pembroke Pines and Miramar, I don't think any residents of the city of Hollywood vote for anybody for city commissioner just because they were a great businessman and they lived outside the city, and we said we want him to lead the city of Hollywood because he's got a great mind or something like that. The residents of the city of Hollywood will go insane for doing something like that. So the fact that you have somebody that you want to help your association, there's nothing taking that away. They don't have to be on the board to help the association. I'm not on any board, and I help them all.
Right. So now, but as far as if it's in the bylaws that somebody can live outside of the boundaries, we're still penalizing them with what we have proposed.
Well, if we talk on their board,
Right.
yes, not as a member.
So that I kind of have a little issue with, because if it is in their bylaws that they can have somebody from outside of the boundaries, I would be okay if that's what they want to do. I mean, look, we up here have to sift through the nonsense. If there's a couple of people that live so far away and they're pushing some agenda, I think we've been able to see that on several occasions. So I if it's in their bylaws, I think I'd be okay with that. And listen, a lot of times, it's hard to get participation in civic associations. I get it, and let's not fool ourselves. It's just that most people don't want to do it. And the trick for us up here, and we sometimes get adversarial, back and forth, is that to look through a civic association that has a handful of people speaking for thousands of people, and when we speak to some of those people outside of these walls, they're saying something different, and then it, becomes, we have to go back and forth and see, is a civic association that needs to go outside of Hollywood to get a board member really speaking on behalf of the majority in that area. So, it's tough. I'm having a little heartache with it the way it is. I think if the bylaws say that the civic association wants somebody from, or allows people from outside, I'd be okay with that. Commissioner Shuham mentioned also, what if my mom was living in an area and, she's not mobile or whatever, situation like that, I wouldn't have a problem with somebody's child being able to join the civic association.
You want to add relatives to that?
What's that?
You want to add relatives to that?
Well, no,
I'm saying, look, this is a work in progress. And
yes.
What we're trying to do
is talk it through.
Yeah. Look,
I'm saying leave it up to them. And
okay, so
if it's in the bylaws, that if they want to put it in their bylaws, let them put it in their bylaws.
Put in their bylaws that somebody can live outside of their geographical area, it's okay? And that's what the bylaws would.
I think that should be up to them. I don't agree with it. If I had my civic association, which I don't have one where I live, I would say we would prefer that it's people living here, and then the other thing is a person living a block outside. I think, I'm not. Whether I agree with it or not, I don't necessarily think we should police it.
All right, fair enough. Let's give Commissioner Coleri an opportunity if she's currently able to speak.
I'm here. I'm just listening to all of it. And, I'm in a really challenging predicament here because I'm not present. And I'm sure I can't witness the emotions being felt by both the audience and the commission themselves. And it's really sad, I have to say, that there is this division. Our ultimate goal, or at least mine, was to create synergy and unity, and not this division that you can cut with a knife just from sitting online. It's very sad. But while we're talking about it, we're in this situation because of division that was presented, not because of it's a division, and we've spoken about it. I mean, if we're going to call an ace an ace, it's division. We have I personally feel that there has been a undecided vote. I called it shadow governing from outside, and that's so sad. That's so hard to even say, because ultimately at the end of the day, we just all care, or at least I hope that we all care about our city and what we do. But the respect part has been definitely misplaced. And I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, we all need to find that level of respect and value opinions and not try to control. And I think that that's really where this whole conversation on both sides goes to. I just did a quick math, and I've been in this position now for over 13 years and 3 civic associations that I've attended. And just, of course, with the exception of missing meetings because of work or other obligations, but on a general overall haul for the past 13 years, it's over 936 hours that I've dedicated outside of doing everything else that we do as commissioners to attend these civic associations, to be involved and to be there to listen and to help. And I think that at the end of the day, that's what we're all here to do. But somewhere that power has been, or those positions have been mistaken. And it's just tough to even sit up here and have these discussions. And I'm not sitting there, I'm just sitting behind the scenes right now. But I hear everybody's opinion and I hear everybody's expression. But the split tongue and the slashing of both parties really has just got to stop, guys. At the end of the day, we just got to find a way to make all of this work. And I don't know what that answer is, so I'm going to leave it up to you guys, and I'm here listening. But we've got to find a way that we got to compromise, we got to work together, and we have to understand that we're all in this together, and it's not what one side says. And the one thing I will say, it's so unfair to have our volunteer civic leaders in the communities bash the commission. It's just really disingenuous. And then to have you fight for certain things, it just really is hurtful. And then I'm sure that you're feeling the same from us. But let's just find a common denominator. Let's figure out how we can move forward and work together as a team through all the civic associations and the commission as one, instead of the bickering, the back and forth, the he say, she say, the social media nonsense. And really, we have to support one another, and we have to walk through these challenging times together. It has nothing to do, Terry, about 1301. I am very saddened to hear that. It's just that that's where the differences lie, and I think that that's where all of this has come from. And I hope that we can find a way to move forward as a team with all the civic associations. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Kaleri. All right, look, at some point, we're going to take a vote on this motion unless it's withdrawn. And so I do have a second round opportunity on the queue, and then we'll take a vote. Commissioner Quintana?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Kalari said some of what I was going to say. I don't know when it happened that we as a people lost the idea of civility, the idea that we could disagree with one another without making enemies or of one another, or without personally attacking each other just because we have different opinions or a different perspective. From my point of view, the fact that we have people on this dais who are not always unanimous when making policy is what makes for better policy. The fact that we can express a difference of opinion is not the same thing as saying the two that cover, what did it say? The two that provide cover. And I think that because we're on the dais, we have an extra burden of responsibility to be civil, even when residents are not. But that said, I think that what might be helpful is, again, some kind of training for residents about how to disagree with our positions without bashing us, as Commissioner Kalari just said. I don't think that the role of a civic association is to always agree with our positions, and I think they can come here and disagree. We do need to make the hard decisions, like Commissioner Kalari often says. We do sometimes need to take votes that are not popular with residents. But I think that having dissent is part of democracy. So we might sometimes hear things from them that we don't like. They just need to be said respectfully and without them calling into question our integrity. And I'm catching myself in saying them and us, them and our, because I think that's part of our mistake. I think we have to set a tone, even when it's really hard to do so. Even when it's really painful to be mistreated, when we all know that our intentions are good. But we have to set that tone. It's painful. It's a big sacrifice. I wasn't territorial about my civic association. I was at home, not working. We were a single family income household with a child with a life-threatening illness. And I was taking time to knock on individual doors of people I didn't know by myself, and west of 441, I did not feel was as safe as east of 441. I didn't want to walk those doors by myself. And that's why I could only do so much alone, and that's why I didn't reach out to the businesses west of 441. It wasn't because I was being territorial, just to be clear. I feel bad that I have to explain myself, but because it was directed at what I did wrong about being territorial, I felt like I had to say that. And again, you know, is it possible for us to disagree with one another without making enemies or personal attacks on each other's character? That's what I ask. I think both of our residents and of ourselves. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at the heart of the issue is the desire from Commissioner Hernandez and Commissioner Biederman expressed support about the idea of, preserving and ensuring that a neighborhood association actually represents the people who live in the association. And maybe we can find a compromise by agreeing that at least a 75% majority of the officers and board members of an association live within the association. And that could be a compromise. And you know what? And if an association has a number of outspoken, or adopts positions, that we can see are influenced by, because we attend the meetings, by the members who, might have an outside agenda or are, visibly influencing the association, we can, if it comes to the city commission and we take that into account, then we can take that into account. We can observe the dynamics of what's happening, and and whether or not we question the integrity of the association and its positions because of that, then we can still do that. And so, if the idea is, again, not wanting to lose the contribution of the Penn program with the $1,000, maybe we can find a way to kind of ensure that integrity in a compromising way that won't affect any of the existing associations, but at the same time, show them that it's important to us that their association maintain that representation for people who live there.
Thank you. I'm good with the 75%. Look, this is about bringing the topic out in the open in what's happening. Two associations were not complying with their own bylaws. They're complying with their own bylaws. To me, that's already a success. I'm okay with the number of 75%. This is about talking it through and getting it better. And by the way, Commissioner, I didn't think and didn't mean to say that you did anything wrong. I thought you were being territorial because of the fact that everybody has phones and the businesses in the areas are listed. A Hispanic person is trying to do something to highlight the business area, we would have been more than happy to support. And I don't know how dangerous you think west of 441 is.
Back then.
Yeah, but I started back in the day, back in 1978, and my wife worked our store back then, the time that you're talking about, by herself. We never had one issue. But, I get, perception is reality to people, and I'm okay with that. I'm good with amendment my motion to 75%, with amendment my motion within the bylaws. I just want to make sure that they follow the bylaws and they're even, so that the bylaws doesn't says no one from the neighborhood can be there, but yet somebody from outside the neighborhood, because it's cool, they can do it. Just follow the bylaws, 75%, or you can even have a relative in the area. If you're looking out for the best interest of that area, that is my purpose. So I amend my motion, if it's okay with the seconder of that motion, to include 75% of the board, not the membership. The membership can be outside because some of the businesses be outside. And if you have a relative in the civic area that we're talking about, I'm good with that as well. And that will probably fall within the 25% outside of the scope as well. So I'm just asking you guys that are questioning whether you support this or not, would that be something that would be okay with you? I'd support that. Okay, so I amend my motion to be that. The seconder of the motion is Commissioner Beedham. Are you okay with that?
I really don't. First of all, I think that it becomes cumbersome on staff, as was talked about earlier. Secondly, I think it's just changes out of convenience. I mean, how do you measure 75%? Do you measure it on the number of positions you have on your board, or do you measure
Correct.
it on the number of positions that are filled on your board? I mean, so it's the same way we have a quorum here on some of our boards. Is it measured by the filled positions, or is it measured by the total positions? So I think that it gets very cumbersome.
Well, let me
I
ask you
think that
something.
the original was good. I think that, yes, normally I'm all for compromise. I don't believe this compromise is going to be okay with the opposition to.
And that's okay. I'm not looking to make the opposition happy.
But I don't believe
No,
in
but-
compromising on one way. I believe on compromising is a compromise, and both sides have to give and take a little bit.
And
so if
you're
we're
not
gonna
giving any.
compromise on one way, then it's got to be compromised on both ways.
By the way, we're not compromising with anybody else except our colleagues here. At the end of the day, we trying to do.
Which have a pattern of
No.
one-way compromising.
Look, let's just stick to what the issue is right now, and that is to try to pass something that we can all live with, and the association realize that we're not out to hurt them. We're out to support them, but we want it to be the person that has been out there saying everything, and whether it's true or not, that it's irrelevant, and then they say, oh, by the way, this is a private communication, don't tell anybody. Okay, I think that's pretty interesting. And it's coy, but it's interesting.
It's hypocrisy.
Whatever it is, my issue is, you're the person who seconded my motion. I'm amending my motion. I'm hoping that you continue to second.
In the spirit of moving along, sure.
Thank you. And the reason that I say that is because the message that Commissioner Caleri said that we kind of seem to be struggling with, we want unison. And we want the message for the association to realize that that's the case. But we also have boundaries. Stay within the boundaries that you create, and you will be united together. If you start straying away from that, then don't go out and here's one thing. What's the root of all evils? Seems to be money, right? 3 years ago, the city didn't give any money to any association. Everything was peachy king and hunky dory. All of a sudden, for the last 3 years, they talking about if they become dependent on this money. That's not true. But does it help? Yes. We're trying to continue that help. But there are some people that no matter what we do, they're going to be happy with. I'm okay with that. I'm not looking to make everybody happy. I'm looking for us to set a guidelines. And I don't believe that Allison's is going to have any extra work when it comes to the fact that it's very simple to see who's what and where. They just got to provide the information. That's all.
Yeah, I think
Thank you.
I think the good thing about this compromise is in the example of Liberia, with Dr. Phillips being the president. Clearly, the rest of the board members live in Liberia, or at least 75% do, and so it doesn't injure his opportunity to help the community of Liberia, and so it doesn't injure that success that they're building on. And I don't think any other association has more than 25% of their board members living outside of the neighborhood. But it does, as Commissioner Hernandez mentioned and Commissioner Biederman, humbly recognized, it does at the same time let the associations know that it's important for us that your board membership represent the neighborhood through the betterment of actually and the benefit of living in the neighborhood or working in the neighborhood. So I think you can all probably accept the rationale there. So we have an amended motion and a second. I'm ready to take a vote. Commissioner Shuham, is that okay?
You can take the vote, but I don't really understand. What about if they work, if they own a business? What about all that?
That was part of my original amendment. If you have a business, by the way, if you have more than 25% of your membership in the association that live outside the area, you're not really representing the area.
Right. No, this is about the board and the officers.
Correct.
So
As I said before, we're not going to make everybody happy.
I know. And I agree with what you said completely, which is this PEN program has to help clean things up by forcing associations to abide by their bylaws or amend their bylaws. And I agree with you completely. That's a positive.
Which that wasn't happening because, as Adam would tell you, the first conversation I had with him, we
never looked at them.
We never even asked them for their bylaws because there was some pushback regarding some of those issues. So then we asked him for the bylaws. We realized that some of the bylaws were not being followed. They changed the bylaws. They're starting to follow everything. So all he did
Let's stick with the 75% motion on the table now. Yeah.
We have really mushed things up a lot because there was never a motion to force a board to have 75% of the board members or all the board members be residents. It was only about the $1,000, right?
No, this is still the tie-in for the 1,000.
It's still that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me, this has nothing to do with representation because the board can be, if the bylaws say you don't have to live here, then a board can be completely not from the neighborhood. They just can't get the $1,000.
Right.
And so we're talking about representation. This has nothing to do with representation because we're not imposing this on the board, and I certainly don't think we should. What we are saying is if you abide, what I would totally support is in order to get the $1,000, you have to abide by your bylaws. I think that's reasonable. And the only way we would know that somebody wasn't abiding by their bylaws probably is if a member of an association complained about it, which would be fine. So I would support something that says the $1,000 is subject to abiding by your bylaws. But we're not changing representation. We're changing the ability of an association, and I can't remember which, I think it might have been Commissioner Quintana, who said it's going to be the most needy of these associations that suffers because they're going to have people, maybe even more than 75, that don't live in the neighborhood, and they're not going to get the $1,000. So I don't know what we're doing. I think that we should let the associations govern themselves, and I like the $1,000 program to help them promote what they're doing, encourage membership, etc. But
Thank you.
That's it.
All right, thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor to approve the resolution that requires, in order for a civic association that is a member of the PEN program, in order to be eligible for the $1,000 stipend, that at least 75% of their officers and directors combined live within or work within or own a business within the boundaries of the civic association.
That is correct.
Yep.
Or a relative.
Or a relative of.
And that's fine. I think that
Okay.
as long as
All
it's no
right,
more
that's
than
the
5%.
That's the motion. All right, so I think it makes good sense. It's a good balance. It ensures a level of neighborhood representation that I think should be the minimum of what you all know your association anyway provides.
Want coffee?
At the same time, it ensures to the commission that your voice as a civic association represents duly the people who live there or work there. So all those in favor of the resolution and the motion on the floor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-1. All right, thank you all so much. I think we've reached a good compromise and we can all move forward. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on to item 7. From consent, this is from the Department of Design and Construction Management. Hello, Jose.
Hi, how are you?
A resolution of the City Commission of City of Hollywood approving and authorizing the city to execute a progressive design build services agreement with Finfrock Construction LLC to provide design build phase 1 design and pre-construction services for the Harrison Street parking garage, which is a capital improvement project for a total of $481,000 and change. Welcome, Jose. And I see that you have a presentation ready for us.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. This is a presentation about the designed build parking garage for the Harrison project. We brought to you a resolution back in October to begin negotiations with Finfrock for the parking garage in downtown. So what we're bringing to you today is that agreement to get to a 30% design development that will allow us and will allow them to provide the city a guaranteed maximum price for the project. Yeah, and I'll share with you on the scope what that is. A couple of things regarding the scope of the project. So the scope of the job will involve creating a parking garage with approximately 350 parking spaces, some offices for the parking department, and that's basically the height of the parking garage and how many floors, how many stories, all of that. None of that have been done yet until we begin putting some pen to the paper with Finfrock. We think it might be between 7 and 8, but we still are trying to get the maximum amount of parking spaces, providing the right level of functionality in a way that is cost efficient and provides the maximum amount of parking spaces. So it's kind of what the scope of work is going to be. The site, if you see, is pretty constrained. It's not a huge site that allows to do a lot of different things in there. Actually, it's about 160 by 120 feet. So it will probably be a 2-bay parking garage with 1 ramp, and that kind of will be factoring into what the final design is going to be for the project. And you kind of seen some of the Finfrock team members. They're still the same. We worked through putting this thing together. And what you are seeing in the resolution, so that you all kind of get an idea, $310,000 will be that 30% design criteria. Yeah, we don't want to go to 100% design because we want to make sure that whatever is being designed, we can afford it and that we agree with that price. Otherwise, we're going to use that design criteria package to go out to the market and get a better price. Yeah, so we still have that flexibility in the agreement, and the contract allows us to do that and to actually retain some of the information and the contractors and people that will be working on the design with them. And then we have obviously geotechnical engineering. That's an allowance. I think it's going to cost less than that. Then pre-construction, we have to develop a price for the project. Community outreach is going to be necessary as part of the development review process, which we're going to be engaging through this period of time, and some owner contingency in the event we have to do any kind of study or additional environmental things. We want to have that money there for that purpose. I think that kind of does it. I'll go back a little bit here, so give you a little bit of idea on timeline. We don't have a final design yet, so it's kind of hard to tell you, hey, this is what the timeline is going to be. We think it'll take about 18 months to get to a point where we will have a full set of permitted drawings. Yeah, it's going to take them about 4 months once we give them the go-ahead to develop the 30%. Andrea and I and Russell have spoken about how we can kind of expedite the process for the review process. We have to rezone the site, and we also have to do the development review. We're trying to integrate that, but when you put it all together, it's about 18 months from the time we give them the go-ahead to the final go-ahead. We think that by the end of the year, if things go well with the review process and we don't find anything that might throw the schedule away, we should be able to get close to what that GMP is going to be. Getting close to the end of the year gives us about 4 months, 8 months to get to the development review process. I think that's the right time to get the GMP number. We don't want to get to a GMP and then determine that we have to do changes to the structure or the facade of the building. So at that time, we'll bring the GMP, and then it'll take them another 4 months to get to permitting. Our goal will be that once we get to the final permitting, that we're trying to get, or we will work on getting an early release package so that we can start doing foundation work before the final permit is done. So I think we can take advantage of 3 months of overlap between the final permit and doing some site foundation development. And then the rest of the project will be about a year to complete. So I'm thinking by May, June 2028, as we stand today, yeah, with the scope that we have in our hands. So with that, I'll be open to any questions you may have.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. The reason I pulled the item not was because of the timeline of the design, it was because I wanted to know how the commission feels about being able to utilize that space in order to have some workforce housing that it's much needed in the city of Hollywood. I believe one of the caveats in the contract when we purchased this was that we are allowed to have up to 2 stories of housing. And Raylene or Javon can correct me if I'm wrong, as long as we meet a minimum of 250 parking spaces. And I think we can definitely meet the minimum of the 250 parking spaces. I like to be able to maximize the space and have a couple of floors of at least, or however many units we can do without violating the contract that we did of workforce housing, whether it's people that, firefighters, police officers that are just coming in, or with individuals that actually work on the beach. They won't have to travel much, or even better if they work in the downtown area. So that was the reason I pulled this, is for that consideration before we start drawing something and then have to go back and pay for it again.
Yeah, I guess the question is, what would that entail in terms of budget? Obviously, it would be very expensive to build the units on top of the garage versus what the rental revenue from the units would be without like state, tax credits and things. So we're going to end up spending, or unless we unwind this and do a P3 proposal to come through. I don't know how the math. I'm worried about the math. I like the idea,
I get it. And I've spoken with staff about that. And from what Raylene has told me was, we may need to have to partner up with somebody that can address it in that aspect in order for it to be fruitful. But I just don't want to rush to do something similar to what happened with the Centrust building in the downtown, where originally I wanted to make sure that we had a couple of floors of public parking. That didn't happen, and I wasn't around at the time. I just want to bring it up to your attention so that we don't miss that opportunity, because once you do it and you build it, you're not going to be able to change it. So that's what that is about. I wonder how the commission feels about something like that.
Commissioner Biederman, and then maybe we can ask staff if they've looked into this too. Go ahead.
I think that would be great. I would support that. What if we were to, when this goes out to design, part of the design instructions could be to design it that will hold additional floors, the same way the library across the street was built, the same way Joe DiMaggio was built. Let's build a parking pedestal that can handle multiple floors of housing.
Why go through the bulk of the expense and not finish it and wait to do it years later, where it would be so much more expensive to do it? I just want to know the concept of something like that, rather than to approve this right now.
Right.
Can we approve this and simultaneously do, because whatever work they do is going to be needed no matter what project we're going to do. So what if we were to simultaneously issue out there an RFP for somebody to build housing as part of this project?
Might be designed in a different way if housing was a part of it. That's why we would kind of pause if we were going to go down that road. And Jose, I don't know if you are aware enough in terms of being familiar with the potential and most likely layout of the garage, how efficient or not it is, if there's wasted space because of any configuration, where right now we're thinking of workforce housing only on top. But what if, for purposes of not, you wouldn't lose maybe a lot of benefit if the first 2 floors that are fronting Harrison Street were a strip of the workforce housing along the first, second, and third level, let's just say, and the garage was behind and up, and there could be different ways to lay out the housing to not really injure the number of spaces available, and it doesn't necessarily only have to be stacked on top. So
Correct.
I don't know, did we ever really look at this? And also, while we're talking about it, there's an alley in the back. I think the Red Building owns the alley. I don't know how the school uses it or not. Does that, if we were to somehow get, an ability or an easement to use that alley or the air rights above the alley, does that, improve the efficiency of this potential garage by a certain, great amount, because those extra 7, 8, 10, 12 feet really make a big difference to a whole nother row of parking all the way up? I don't know the answers to that, but maybe you can shed some light on those issues.
Yeah, I will. So, couple of things. If the city commission and you all have an interest in looking at, can we put housing and how can we make that work?
Yeah.
The good thing is FinFrog, is it ideal for you to get the parking spaces you need quickly enough in there at a price that makes it quicker? No, and that's going to take a little bit of time to get there. Can they make an evaluation? They actually do some residential too as part of the work they do. So I think it'll be we could sit down through the process and have them do a comparison. I would agree that probably if you want to do residential in here, you want to probably put it on the lower floors, because it'll be more expensive to do it on the higher floors. But I can sit with them and look at different options and come back to City Commission with some ideas about whether or not that could be affordable. In terms of the air rights, I did hear about that possibility. I think it was either from Keith or someone. As soon as we bring them on board, we'll evaluate that too, because maybe 6 inches or half a foot will do something better for the efficiency of the parking garage. Bringing them on board with this item would allow us to skin the cat in many different ways that you can evaluate and say, hey, this makes sense or it doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay, so they're not going to be drawing anything into, it comes back to us?
Well, they will.
But that's what I'm saying.
Look, if we give them direction now to show
if that's what you want,
option, even before maybe you get to 30, as part of, if it's possible to do it as part of this process, and FinFrog is in the business of building, units as well into the garage as possible. If it comes out to be an efficient way that it could be applied into the garage, I think we want to hear about it and learn about it, really. If it's not, then it's not.
Absolutely. So I think what Jose is suggesting is that FinFrock does have some expertise and knowledge in this area to assess the site and look at this possibility for you all. And then we would need to bring that assessment kind of back to you to share with you what we found.
Yeah.
Are we in a position where we would need to be seeking an outside partner? Does the site work for this? How much more costly are we talking about? At least get some ideas of that and bring that back to you. Because at that point in time, you'll be better able to decide, are we potentially starting over with a completely different concept than where we are right now? And it is a different concept. I understand it would still obviously be a parking garage, but the addition of residential and or commercial at this level would change significantly what this is. It is a constrained site. It's not a very large site. It is not the most efficient garage, but we would be wanting to look at some of those issues, access those kinds of things, bring that back to you so that you have full information about the impacts, and then you all can really make a decision, I think, based on that. And I think FinFrock has the expertise to help us guide that discussion, and we'll make that part of the first phase of conversation before we draw up a design for a garage.
And that was my point, to bring it up in time so that we don't.
Absolutely, and we'll come back to you all with that. So as we, work through, we get the contract, we, go forward here, we'll be looking at that as well.
Based on that understanding, motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution with the discussed evaluation of the residential addition. Before we let you go, Jose and team, about this garage, I just do want to mention that I've heard a number of times from some people who have a unit in the home building next door to the west, and they don't have any parking spaces that are on their fee simple property there, and so clearly this would be a customer for the garage, and they wanted to inquire as to whether or not a direct connection or a skywalk into their building was doable. Obviously, they understand it would cost them something. So I just didn't want us to go through the complete design exercise and then hear from them afterwards. Well, what about connection for us? maybe there could be engagement, there ought to be engagement. Let them know what that potential cost could be, maybe get them to a commitment if we are going to go down that road. So if we can solve issues, neighborhood issues, then we want to do the same. And maybe to whatever extent, of course, speak with the school next door and see if they need any special integration of the garage to make it easy for teachers to walk to and from. Maybe it's just an opening in the wall. What the safe way would be, maybe a covered canopy way, because I think they have a stake in this garage as well, because we anticipate and we're going to require that, you know, they won't be able to park in the Van Buren garage anymore. That's one of the benefits of this garage, is that, you know, Van Buren will be relieved of the 100 and something passes that the staff of Haas right now use the garage for because they have nowhere else. They'll be buying passes or otherwise enrolling in whatever program we create at this garage during the day, during school days, which will make the garage, you know, very busy during the week when it's not peak weekend usage and what have you. So I think it aligns the usage of the garage really well with these primary users, the workday users, the school, the home building. Art and Culture Center will be a heavy user during the weekend, et cetera, downtown events during the weekend. So we know this is well placed and it'll clear up areas from Van Buren. So just while we're all here, let's engage with Haas, let's engage with home building, and see if that impacts the design in a beneficial way that in the end will lead to a better customer experience and a customer for the garage.
Aaron? And by the way, whenever we do that regarding parking for some of the large customers, if you would, we have to make sure that the parking doesn't just get gobbled up by those individuals for pennies on a dollar based on the investment we just made. So it's got to be a holistic approach with the parking department to make sure that we get our investment back and they get what they need.
Indeed. Any other closing comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the item carries unanimously. Thank you.
Very good.
All right, let's see where we are. On to our regular agenda. I feel like we need a 5-minute break. You guys want to do that? 5-minute break, and we'll come back for item 17. All right. Thank you all so much. We are resuming this meeting right after our quick recess. Now that we've all had an opportunity to drink some water, let's go ahead and tackle just 3 items on our regular agenda, and then we'll be back at some point at 5 p.m. for citizen comments. All right, so item 17 is a presentation by Andrea Wingett. Andrea, please come on up. She's the Director of Development Services. She'll talk about a pilot project to one-way South 19th Avenue and South 20th Avenue from Washington Street to Jackson Street in the downtown CRA area to, it says here, increase and legalize on-street parking and provide a bike lane. That's a one way to frame it, Andrea. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Mayor. So I'll jump right into it. You know, I say lately, over the last several months, the commission has really been challenging staff to just think outside of the box, look at other ways in which we can make improvements to the city without looking through it through our traditional lens. So with that in mind, we decided to take a look at 19th and 20th Avenue between Washington and Jackson Street. If you go out there today, it currently has two-way traffic north-south. There's parallel parking. There's sidewalk and swales out there. What we're looking to do is we're looking to propose a pilot project on the 2 streets, 19th and 20th Avenue. This pilot project would modify the traffic circulation to one-way on 19th and 20th Avenue. And we would be adding parallel parking. And we would also be adding a bike lane. It's important to note that the parking spaces that are out there today that are on street are substandard in width. So you might notice if you drive by out there or you looked at the pictures, some of the times people who are parking in this area may be parking a little bit on the street and a little bit on the swale. It's a little bit of a tight configuration with the two-way traffic and the parallel spaces that are out there. So by one-waying 19th and 20th Avenue, we would be doing this within the existing asphalt limitations. We would not be modifying the sidewalks or the swales that are out there. And the east-west streets will remain with the two-way traffic flow. We would create a transition point at Jackson Street by adding a stop sign there for an always stop. And Washington Street already has a stop sign. Looking at a sample block of 19th Avenue, this shows the parallel parking on the east side of the street with the 10-foot drive lane and the bike lane on the west side. One of the other things that we were looking at as part of this pilot, we laid out, I cannot even tell you the amount of iterations and just brainstorming that we did between staff, the CRA, engineering, parking, just to look at different options and how can we maximize parking, legalize the on-street parking spaces, and do our best to keep the costs down for the project. So on 19th Avenue, we are maintaining the same number of parking spaces that are out there today, that are 38 spaces, but we are able to widen them. When we take a look at 20th Avenue, it's really just a mirror image of 19th. So you'll notice the parallel parking have switched to the west side of the street, along with the change in direction flow, and we're able to add 4 additional spaces on 20th Avenue. If we take the same pilot project and we just look at some cross sections, here on the screen you'll see the existing cross section of 19th and 20th Avenue with the two-way traffic, the substandard width in the parking spaces. And with the proposed pilot, you will see the legalized on-street parking that is wider, the one-way travel lane along with a bike lane on each street.
I do like the muscle cars and the sketches. So that's so nice. I see an old Camaro. I see a.
I'll let our designer know. I'm right, and so I should have probably started off with a little, I'm doing this presentation to the commission as a stopping point. I want to let you know of this thought process that we're having, that we have started to lay out some designs, see where we're at. We've started to lay out some of the costs in order to do this. The cost would be about $630,000 as an estimate. The funding has already been provided for as part of the CRA's budget. And I'm really just here to give you an update on the project, let you know where we're at, see if there's a consensus for us to continue moving forward with the design and implementation of this. So, having said that, we have had some informal some conversations with some of the community members out there. We wanted to present this to you today. We believe that this is an improvement to what is out there today in terms of legalizing the parking spaces. Those parking spaces really need to be addressed in terms of the size of them that are on street. This is a way for us to achieve that through testing this. We will continue to work in-house and with police and others to see if we could come up with some measurable goals for the pilot project in terms of how many people are using the parking spaces, the bike lanes traveling through here. How has it modified our traffic flow? Or is there an increase in accidents in this area? What are we seeing out in the field once we implement this? And that concludes.
Thank you, Andrea. Pat, are there any speaker cards on item 17?
No cards.
So, Commissioner Hernandez, I know that you've been working on this for many years, but if you could put the map back on with regards to the circulation, maybe one versus the other.
Yep. Let me go back.
So clearly, while this is obviously better for purposes of enlarging and widening the parking spaces, and there's obviously some good engineering sense as to why they should be wider and why why maybe the rules sort of a call out for them to be wider than they are today. Though the condition that there is today has been improved with some striping. I think traditionally there hasn't been striping, but we've added, Peter, striping on 19th and 20th. Let me activate your mic. Hold on. Go ahead.
The striping was already there. As a matter of fact, there has been few accidents of people running into parked cars, and that's the reason that people actually park on the swell versus the other.
So let me, I just want to ask you a couple questions.
Yes.
Because I know, like, for example, we know that this will obviously impact circulation, right? Because when you take a street that's two-way and make it one-way, obviously that's a limitation on the movement of traffic. It's going to cause people to have to go through, through the blocks in order to get to the avenue that goes in the direction they want. So it's gonna modify the circulation here somewhat. And so I remember, though, when you were talking about 21st and Dixie, Peter, and you were saying, hey, if the county were to look at making the current one-way in each direction two-way, wouldn't that be better for circulation? And I shrugged and say, wow, you might have a point. We should look into that. Here, I know for the benefit of the parking, we're looking at doing the opposite and actually creating that condition on these two avenues, albeit for a pilot and for a limited number of blocks. So I want to talk it out and just hear your perspective on that, because obviously that's an impact. How do you kind of vet that?
Well, I can tell you that my main concern is safety. If you drive on any one of those avenues at dusk or when it's raining, you taking a risk of having a head-on collision. Trucks, tractor trailers and straight trucks have been using 19th Avenue as a shortcut to be able to get to Pembroke Road, and vice versa, and to the downtown area. Right now, if you go back to and by the way, the reason that staff chose 20th Avenue heading south and 19th Avenue heading north is because 21st Avenue actually goes north. So if you naturally go for one block, you can go the other way, and vice versa with 19th Avenue. And this could be a model that could be used throughout the city on some of the areas that we currently have safety issues, including the lakes, including, your district, Quintana, when it comes to that. If you go back and you put the slide that actually has the configuration of what we're looking to do. Okay. If you look at the bottom right or bottom left, either one, propose one of those, you can see how wide the car is. If you look on top, the current parking space is only 7 feet wide, 1.5 feet short of a legal parking space. If you look in the bottom, it actually creates a legal parking space, and it creates a 6 feet, 6-inch bike lane with a immediate deviation, so people can actually ride a bike, ride a tricycle, even a golf cart, which they're not supposed to, but they can safely with the flow of traffic. And I think it would enhance the flow of traffic rather than have a potential head-on collision, because currently the roads are 9 feet wide, not 10 feet. So this increased the travel lane to 10 feet.
So just a question to staff with regards to the width of the parking space. Where in the regulatory scheme is that? Is that a code that really, is a requirement, and these are non-conforming spaces? I mean, what's the world of that? Or is that a best practice, or is that a code requirement?
So when you're looking at the right-of-way, it's really at the discretion of the Code of Ordinance and the city engineer. We regulate private property standards. Within this area of the city, the regulation for private property is the 8.5 by 22, which is what we're trying to meet in this area, because we have found, as the commissioner said, that there has been a few accidents, and the configuration of how people are parking doesn't seem to be adequate based on the volume of traffic and the size of the travel lanes out there.
I got you.
And we're actually generating extra parking.
Or more, yeah.
Yeah.
I got you. Listen, I'm
And by the way, the staff has spoken to the Civic Association's president, and they all seem to be on board with this. I don't believe that we had any pushback. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. We didn't receive any negative feedback from the association or the community leaders.
And there's always going to be an educational time frame that people are going to have to learn what it looks like. And just like multiple times I see on Harrison Street, people going the wrong direction. And, we have had major accidents when it comes to that, because everybody's going 40, 50 miles an hour. I don't foresee that the case being here. And we're increasing the safety of bicycles, that they don't have to be on the sidewalk competing with pedestrians.
So if this is a pilot, Andrea, what period of time do you believe we would want to have this demonstrate either a good result or the opposite? Let's just say anticipating it would be a good result. Would the idea be, maybe Peter, to extend this to Pembroke?
Well, that's the idea, is to bring it all the way to Pembroke, and also to gauge, because at some point we will be redoing the roads to see if we actually need to encompass the swale areas on both sides in order to have perpendicular parking rather than parallel parking, to create even more parking for the downtown. This is like a trial base, not only for this, but to see if we have the room to generate more parking, and at that time bring in the drainage that it's necessary for the area.
Well, I like it. I'm convinced. I will tell you, there's other places in the city that I know that, for example, are townhome heavy, where there aren't enough spaces for the households, and they've been makeshift parking along the streets, and they have conflict with the parking division because of that. And one of the solutions that I had kind of thought up, well, if this street was one way and we can create parking, to your point, could that solve the problem? Because the households are the households, and the parking spaces are what they are, and it's not like we can, people can get rid of their cars, and so this is probably a pilot for that section of the city too. So I like it.
It's a pilot that it could be modeled citywide.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of getting the right configurations and getting the right flow. As the staff, they designated that, one will go one way because the current main thoroughfare goes in
makes
one
sense,
direction.
too.
So this way you don't impede the flow.
Yep, I like it. All right, Commissioner Shuham, then Quintana.
I think it's great, and if your residents, this is something they want and need and like, I think it's terrific. And definitely gives us not only a trial of this configuration, but a trial of a trial. Like, how does a pilot work? The MPO used to have something we talked about called tactical urbanism, where you would just come in and paint. They lost their funding for it, but that's basically what this is, where we're going to come in, and even though it doesn't look like a low number, it's a relatively low number for something like this, paint and see how it goes. So I think it's great. We have similar conditions to this at the beach. And the other thing, to your point, it's all about safety. It definitely slows people down, I think, on one-way streets. The only curiosity I have, if you go back, Android, to the slide that shows all the cross streets, like this is fine. Like Monroe, Madison, Jefferson, are they all two ways?
Yes.
Okay. So, and it's not a suggestion to try this, but I'd be curious, maybe in a different location, if you kept the larger arteries two ways, but like you have at the beach, the cross streets become one way. And it probably doesn't work for you because you're aiming for parking. But
No, actually, it would. However, that got pushed back years back. That was the one thing that got pushed back year back. So if
people don't want to live on the one-way street. Gotcha. So that is the condition at the beach, and it does permit some more parking. But all in all, I think it's great. I think it should be extended, and until you get comfortable with the pilot program, maybe it needs to go a little longer.
I'm okay with that. I think staff is the one who suggested that this be a pilot to see what kind of reaction we get from the residents when they actually have to drive it. And I told staff, to me, it makes more sense to bring it all the way to Pembroke Road. And they said, let's not be so ambitious. Let's just go here and see how it works, and then we'll go from there. And it's all about the educational part when it comes to the people who live in the neighborhood. And yes, I agree with you that the east-west streets would generate actually twice the amount of parking and safer transit through. But let's see how this is taken, and then we'll go from there.
So let me just throw this at you. So Monroe Street has a light from Dixie, and it goes all the way through to US 1 with a traffic light. And so if there is concern about how this might create more of a drive around to get to downtown, not wanting to hurt like the access to downtown, going in or going out, have you considered having the pilot be from Monroe to Washington so that we don't give up circulation in the immediate south part of the downtown core? Like Jackson versus Monroe, what was the thought there?
You want to bring the parking and the people closer to the downtown rather than to stop it at the Monroe Street. It's more of a walk, and we're trying to get that. And at the same time, whenever we do this, we're going to have the ability to visit and revisit the traffic pattern, the walk traffic pattern, and the lighting in the area as well. So it'll be a holistic type approach when it comes to this.
I guess if the shift happens at Jackson Street here, from two-way north of this to the one-way, then I guess Jackson Street might see some additional east-west traffic in between these avenues. If that is a largely large multifamily, I'm looking at the blocks of the buildings. It looks like, is that like the south part of the Jefferson?
We wanted to make sure that Van Buren and Harrison Street had the ability to circulate two ways, because that's where the density is at this time in the downtown area.
All right, Commissioner Quintana.
So Commissioner Hernandez, I'm so excited about this pilot. I really appreciate all of the thought that you've given to this, because as staff knows, I've had many conversations with them about how this is an issue. I mean, not just in your district and mine. Of course, downtown has a specific needs, but parking is a citywide issue. So I'm really interested in learning, what we discover as we do this. What I see on 56th Avenue when we put in the bike lane, and it's a heavily traveled 2-lane road, and people, when their traffic is stacked up, totally ignore the bike lane paint and just use the bike lane as a passing lane, which is why we have, many places with really deep divots on the edge of the road, because when the road, the ground is wet and people repeatedly drive on there. I'm going on a tangent, but two things. I'm wondering how we might consider some additional, like, I don't know, bumps in the road or something for the bike lane, so that when a driver is veering off into the bike lane, they feel it. And then I think I talked about it in the one-on-one, that the curbing right there is really low. It's almost the same height as the road. So it does lend itself to having people park on partially on the swale, destroying that as a place for drainage. I love that you're saying that drainage is coming, that won't depend on swales. So, I mean, one thought is how to keep the cars off the bike lane. And then another, how to keep the cars off the swale, even after this wider parking spaces happen. What you said about educating people and changing habits of driving. So in my neighborhood, when early on I was advocating for sidewalks, we didn't have sidewalks. Through an MPO grant, we were able to get sidewalks in my neighborhood. Initially, the people in my neighborhood refused to walk on the sidewalk. They continued to walk in the middle of the street because they weren't used to having sidewalks. And some homeowners didn't want anybody walking on the sidewalk in front of their house. But over time, people are using the sidewalks. They're not walking in the middle of the street. It's a beautiful thing. So like some of it is just kind of, you know, as people get used to something new, expecting that in the beginning, they might want to keep doing things the way they did before, but knowing eventually, hopefully, behavior will change.
I thank you for bringing it up. I brought up, by the way, you don't have to thank me. I've been looking for this, but you really have to thank the engineering department. Clarissa did a great work. Andrea has done a great work.
They're awesome.
They have all worked together to bring this together. Javon, Raylyn, we all worked together to try to get this. So I can't take any credit.
Fantastic.
Other than to say, can we please do this? It's been up to them to do it. I've had the same concern regarding people wanting to pass on the one-way street and actually taking over the bike lane being so wide. I said, can we make the traffic lane wider and the bike lane smaller? They said no, because then that would encourage more speeding rather
Right.
than have the 10-foot lane and clearly delineate the bike lane. And I don't know what we can do, double lines, double yellow lines on the one side to make it clear that you're not supposed to be there. And there's going to be educational, but there's also going to be enforcement. If people continue to park on the swell, we will work with parking for them to get notification as a courtesy at the beginning. You're not supposed to park on the swell. That's why the parking is as wide as it is. Please park on the road. And as we stripe that, we can, and I haven't had this conversation with them, but I've seen areas where there's an issue. They put the markers on the road that are reflective. You can actually see the marker from far away, that it's red and white, that actually jumps out. If you take, I'm going to use US 27 now, all of the new roads, even when you drive on the opposite side, which is the median and everything else, you can see the red lights from the other side. And when you drive on your side, white clearly. So the demarcations will be there for that. And I'm being told that we can have the same demarcation on the double yellow line separating the bike lane from the traffic lane. But if people are going to do crazy things, I have people run over the sidewalk and even over a tree to get to the other side. And that where the enforcing comes in, and I'm not sure there's just going to be a warning at that point. So,
All right, well, it sounds like those that were interested in speaking on the presentation are in support, and so I'm looking forward to this moving forward.
do we need to make a motion to get?
It's just a presentation.
Okay,
So we're going to continue to move forward with the project. On some of your upcoming agendas, you'll see us bringing forward our wheel for pavement and concrete services. And then if need be, we'll bring forward the specific contract for the job.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Andrea. All right, next on our agenda, item 18 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing 6 members and 2 alternate members to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee and revising the end of the terms to March to align with the new appointment cycle. Welcome, Ryan. Pat, did you have a slate for us prepared, like a grid, or no?
I handed it out already.
I don't have one in front of me, so if you could hand one to me. Oh, Gruber had 2, so maybe that's, yep. All right, he's got 3. He's got 4. Anybody need a slate?
That's all one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. No, well, you did have 2. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Ryan, please, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, Ryan Koot, Community Development Division. So just to provide some context for why we're here now, as opposed to being in June, July, Commissioner Gruber made a recommendation to the commission sometime last year about the AHAC in particular. This is the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, which is a statutory board by the state of Florida that dictates our ability to receive our SHIP funding, which plays a big role in our ability to provide resources for our low to moderate income residents. He recommended that this board, because of the work that they have to do to be in compliance, which requires a report that goes to the state at the end of the year in December every year, be moved up earlier in the year so new members have the opportunity to really digest, understand what they're doing so that they can make informed decisions before we send something off to the state. We are here now because that recommendation was made possible. And with the clerks and her team's logistics assistants, we were able to bring this item forward right now. So Commissioner Gruber, for those of you who don't know, is the actual elected official that serves on our board, and so does Commissioner Hernandez as the alternate. Before you, you see a slate of several people. If you'll notice, the vast majority of those categories are actually filled. And there's some extremely qualified candidates this year. We have to really give a shout out to CMED and the CD staff for engaging people in these areas to gain their interest to be a part of this committee. You'll notice one particular area, which was...
That you're looking really slim?
Me?
That you're looking slim?
I'm trying.
I do notice.
Thank you. You know, you'll notice one particular area, whereas the citizen actively engaged as an advocate for low-income persons in connection with affordable housing is a hard position to fill. And we actually have 2 qualified candidates, one of which does not live in the city, and one does. But the candidate that lives in the city can serve in 2 capacities. So one of my trusted counterparts that I work with and somebody I really rely on came to me, Donna Biederman, came to me and said, hey, Ryan, there's a strategic opportunity here. And I would like to present that to the commission to consider as you're reviewing these candidates, right? Ms. Tobin, even though she does not live in Hollywood, fits that category. Mr. Librand fits 2 categories. He would make more sense as an alternate. Let me explain. As an alternate, he's almost like a swingman in the NBA. Is anybody familiar with basketball? A swingman can take 2 positions on the court, shooting guard or the small forward. He's a valuable component to a basketball team. Mr. Librand would be our swingman, right? He would then be placed in a position where he fits that criteria to ensure we are able to continue doing our work and maintain compliance with the state so we don't put our jeopardy in funding.
I think Coach Walker totally gets it.
Yes. So they understand the swingman analogy. I thought I was going to get lost on that one, but this is what this is our strategic consideration for this board as you make your decisions. However, whatever decision the commission decides, we'll be able to work with. But this is just for your consideration that he would be better in that position. And alternates are extremely important, as you can tell by Commissioner Hernandez. Alternates are extremely important. Just because they're alternates doesn't mean they don't play a role in moving the mission forward. They play a huge role in it. But in this situation, because we have such great candidates this year, he fits 2 positions. So if somebody falls off the board or they decide as life happens and people leave boards, then we're stuck and we have to come back to you guys again 2 months later to appoint more people. We can slot him in the position and make it work and still be in compliance with the state. So with that, I will rest. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
All right, Commissioner Gruber, I'm going to offer to you, without objection from the commission, to make a motion on this. Do we have any speaker cards? We do not. Commissioner
No
Gruber,
cards.
Go ahead and walk us through your sheet.
You want to just go through the whole thing or one?
Yeah, go through the whole thing and we can.
Excuse me, into the mic, please.
Sorry. Let's see. So the obvious ones, representative for banking and mortgage industry, we have Michael Pena. Actively engaged as an advocate for low-income persons, I'm going to go with Ryan's recommendation and ask for Sandra Tobin. Representatives actively engaged for profit provider of affordable housing. Andrew Miranda, the only one there. Citizen of the Hollywood resides in the jurisdiction. Going to go with Odalis Delgado.
Okay.
Excuse me, instead of putting him in that category, in the next page,
She.
you'll notice,
Odalis?
yes.
Yep.
She's the only one in the
Yes.
next category.
Yeah, but then for Peter Lybrand, who Ryan recommended.
You can,
Oh, she's the only one in the next category. My bad. Yeah. Sorry, I actually had that marked. Yeah, pick another one. And Ryan had recommended Peter for alternate. So, 1 second.
So if you cross out
Commissioner,
Peter,
the options for this category that aren't able to serve in another category would be Stephen Baker, Susanna Gregor, Alejandro Grigorescu, Jean Kingston, Edward Moldovan, and Ernestine Bennett Wright.
correct.
everybody but Peter Lybrand and Odalis Delgado.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I want to ask for 2 minutes to go back to my notes. Is that okay? I'll come back to this category.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you want to?
Let's go to the rest.
Okay.
Next one, Odalis Delgado.
Right. And the alternate would be Peter.
Alternate
The basketball
Peter.
player. And then we have a second swing over at the alternate member 3.
Second swing, Stephen Baker.
Okay. So if you cross out Stephen Baker from that 2-minute hold, then you have Susanna Grigori, Alejandro Girescu, Jean Kingston, Edward Moldovan, and Ernestine Bennett Wright. Have you worked with any of these people before? They ring a bell or no?
I have not.
Mm-hmm. Does any member of
Ryan?
the commission know the qualities of Ryan? Do you have insight into these candidates that we've just, in terms of the resident who lives in the jurisdiction? Aside from Baker, Delgado, and Lybrand?
These candidates are all residents of Hollywood. We have not served on any board right now, but they're residents of Hollywood.
Right. Do you have any familiarity with their resumes or anything with regards to this committee?
Well, when we reviewed all their resumes, they both, they're the people who we have laid out in the different categories meet those specific areas that are laid out by the state. These people, even though their resumes were impressive, they may not necessarily fit within a certain category that the state requires. They're all on here because they met the basic criteria for board membership and their impressive resumes. Those who weren't, they weren't brought. So.
Resides in. All right. Does any member of the body have a feeling about one of these remaining folks in this citizen who resides in the jurisdiction category? Commissioner Biederman, go ahead.
Sure. I think part of the key, and I didn't mark it down in my notes for the resumes, but I think it's important that they attended some meetings. If we want to take a break and go through it, but I see that Alejandra Grigores is like an Al State agent, so that's part of our business community. So, I mean, that's the only input I would have, but.
You recommend her?
It's possibly, it's the only it's the only thing that stuck out, but I would want to go back and look to see that they met the qualification of going to a meeting.
Okay. So.
It's the only category left.
Yeah, it's the only category left. So I'm happy to take a little 2-minute recess and let folks take a look, and we'll let's just do that. All right, we're resuming our meeting. Commissioner Gruber and then Biederman on the category of citizen who resides in the jurisdiction, Hollywood. Commissioner Biederman, go ahead.
So, based on what I just saw, out of the 5 residents, one of them's attended a SAC meeting, which isn't a city meeting, and another one has attended 5, according to the answers in the resume, in the questionnaire, 5 city advisory board meetings. That's Susanna Gregor. So I would pick her as the.
Commissioner Gruber, are you good with that?
Yep, I'm good with that.
All right, so why don't you go ahead?
Just to confirm, though, I would just have a real quick question before I go with that one.
Okay.
We're picking Peter as, or the suggestion was Peter as alternate member number 2, and then Steve Baker is alternate member 3?
Yes. Yes, that's what Commissioner Gruber had offered.
So,
Yes.
contrary to what normally my opinion would be, I'm okay with those.
Okay. Pat, do you need us to run
Only
through it again?
because typically this is very weighted in district number 1.
I got you. All right, so we do have a slate that Commissioner Gruber offered, Commissioner Biederman offered. Is there a motion for that slate? We have a motion from Commissioner Shuham, second from Commissioner Quintana. Commissioner Quintana, did you have anything else?
No, that's good.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, item 19, our final item on the regular agenda, is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city to execute a change order to the blanket purchase agreement with Enterprise Trust, a Delaware statutory trust, for comprehensive fleet maintenance services to increase the contract from $3 to $7.6 million for the first 3 years of a 5-year agreement by Public Works to buy some police cars and more. Joe, welcome.
Okay. Mayor, Vice Mayor. Commissioners, Joseph Crow, Director of Public Works. As you mentioned, it's a item before you is a BPA to increase it for Enterprise Trust for your consideration. In the audience, I do have Enterprise Representative Daniel Kalina for any questions you may have after my presentation. So a little background. So the Public Works Fleet Division is responsible for the replacement, maintenance, and repair of all the city vehicles, which is about 800 of them in multiple departments. Historically, the city didn't really have a comprehensive replacement plan. We just got vehicles as we thought that we needed. Having a long-term comprehensive replacement program is important, keeping the fleet in top shape. In November of 2022, there was a request for proposals for a comprehensive fleet management service. We got 3 proposals that came in, and they were ranked. On June 24th, on 2024, the City Commission approved the resolution 2024-177 to give Enterprise FM Trust as the city's comprehensive fleet management provider and authorizing a blanket PO for $3 million to start the program. This program spreads vehicle replacement costs evenly over time. It reduces budget volatility with vehicles being replaced in a timely manner. It lowers maintenance costs, and more importantly, it has a better resale value. So we currently have replaced 308 vehicles over the last 2 years, 176 vehicles in 2024, and 132 vehicles in 2025. On 26, 27, and 28, these are all estimate replacements, which is, of course, with budget approval, so we can do the numbers higher or lower depending on what's available in the budget. So this is a comparison, whether we borrowed the money to pay for the vehicles, we purchased them outright, or or on our lease program that we're on right now. So with the help of Dave Keller, put together the cost comparison for borrowing the money at 3.91%. As you can see, if we borrowed the money to pay for the vehicles that we purchased in the first year alone, it'd be $10.6 million. If we outright purchased, it'd be $9.5 million, and then our lease option, it's 7.8. So there is a considerable savings with the lease program that we're on right now. This graph here just wanted to show program impact. So before we started the program, the average age of our vehicles was about 16 years old. As we purchased the first round in 2024, it brought us down to 12 years in age. And then last year, with the 132 vehicles that we purchased, it brought us down to 10 years. So as we move in this program closer to the end of the 5-year program, our vehicle age will be 4 to 5 years old, which was the goal of getting the program in the first place, to have our vehicles reliable. So on this chart here, and I want to concentrate on the fiscal year 24. So the cost for the 176 vehicles that we purchased or leased was $1.577 million. Now that would be each year for the 5-year contract, which totals up to the $7 million, $7.8 million. In fiscal year 25, it was $1.53 million for the 132 vehicles. And we have to add that to the year, because every year you have to pay for the lease, and then the following year when you buy it, it accumulates. So in 25 it was $3.15 million, and in 26 it'd be 4.6. So I want to make sure that you understand that it isn't the 7.6 million we're paying, it's 4.6. We already paid the $3 million for the first 2 years. And then any questions?
Commissioner Biederman.
Joseph, thank you. So when we entered into this whole aggressive plan of newer fleet and the whole deal with Enterprise, part of it was not just to have more reliability, but to save on maintenance costs and to be more efficient in our fleet management department. Do we have numbers on what that savings might have been, or the reduction in our maintenance department expenses?
Yes, so because the first order of vehicles we ordered in 2024 was really late into the year, the savings that we saved in fiscal year 2025 is about $140,000, because it was a short year.
Okay.
I'm assuming or estimating that the following year, as we get more vehicles in the fleet, the savings will be more.
Okay. I mean, it's a savings, obviously, not as much as the expense, but it's still a savings, which is really good. And I'm glad that we're tracking those expenses to validate our decision to go with Enterprise. Nothing.
Commissioner Shuham.
Thank you.
I was just going to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion from Commissioner Shuham, second from Commissioner Biederman. Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. In the conversations we had, one of the pluses about this is we've been able to streamline some of the services for the current vehicles that we have, correct?
Yes.
And so it's not just the savings, it's the fact that now we have police cars on rotation, Chief. And so we have improved the services to our fleet, and we're getting a newer fleet. So I definitely, my hat's off. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We have a motion and a second to approve the item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Hearing none, the item carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right.
She said aye, but late.
Aye. Yeah. Unanimously in favor. All right, it is almost 4 p.m., and just when I thought we'd have a break before 5, I think we can easily consume an hour. From comments by the City Commission, City Attorney, City Manager. I mean, not necessary, but it could be done, depending on how many points of discussion are raised. All right, and with that, let's hand it off to Commissioner Shuham.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. A brief update on the Solid Waste Authority. As I had mentioned a couple weeks ago, we're working towards bringing to each of the participating cities what's called a facilities amendment. We have a meeting pretty much every week now. It's an insane amount of time, but it's a great group, and I think we're all excited about moving the entire program forward. I have not been to Ignite yet at Young Circle, but the reviews on the installation at the Arts Park have been amazing, and I hope to be there tomorrow night. And really, lastly, I just wanted to send our thoughts and our prayers to Tracy Clary's mom, Bonnie. I know she's on all of our minds and in all of our hearts, and that's it. Just a big shout out to the Clary family and to Bonnie in particular, that she has some comfort and peace right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things, and it's been some of the conversations that we've had in the last meetings. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the tier system on our water that we charge. If you consume over X amount of cubic feet, then we get charged more. I like to know what the structure is of how much more are we paying, how much more are we charging, because I remember when this was first brought to the point was because there was a water conservation need, and it was mandated by the state and the county in order for us to try to come up with save water. So we did the tier system in order to discourage people from wasting water. Having said that, it seems that we are penalizing some of the people that becomes victim to an either underground leak, which they're not using or wasting the water. It's something that happened to them, and yet we want to charge them the other tiers. And the reason that our staff has no choice but to say, this is what I got to charge you, is because we don't have a release valve, no pun intended, in our code in order to create that. Then if this happens and we can prove that it's not wasteful or not usage, that it's actually something that happened to you, we ought to be able just to charge them the lower tier if we are forced to charge them, because our code doesn't allow us to exempt that. So I'd like to see if we have support in order to create that particular exception when it's proven that this is something that it's happening to no fault of them. Do I have support?
So, Peter, I'll support it, but I also want to add to that yesterday I happened to come across the Fort Lauderdale City Commission meeting, and they had a whole presentation and with regards to their utility service, and part of some of the things they ran through were their credit opportunities, and so what I would like to do is also in this motion request that staff look at Fort Lauderdale's sort of categories of relief, because they're more expansive. Like, they handle issues with pool refills, they handle things that we've been talking about. They handle commercial leaks, they handle other types of leaks, and it's a little more robust than what we have. So I would implore us to take a look at that and modernize our system. Vin was, had requests by us to come back with revised ordinance language when we talked about expanding, leak credit opportunities for any type of leak, not just household, not excluding swimming pool plumbing, not excluding a business. And if you look at Fort Lauderdale, they have all the categories there. So I'd like that done too.
Definitely. I need one more. We need one more.
I support that, but I have a question.
Go ahead, Gruber.
Just on, I was kind of going to touch on that. What bothers me is, so we have a tier program that when you use a certain amount of water, when you go above that, it starts charging you more per cubic feet, right?
Yes.
So to me, I feel that's almost discriminatory.
It's punitive.
In that is targeting large families, especially these days where lots of families have moved in with their grandparents. People are having hard times. So if it was done because of water conservation, we're now making it so that family can only take a 30-second shower as opposed to the couple living with no family, because it bothers me that we have that. It feels really, it goes against large families, because it comes into play. I don't know if you all agree with me, but I don't know if we
You definitely make a point.
I'd like to look into that to change that because that's who it's affecting. Because if I'm living by myself and I get to take a half-hour shower every day, and then a family of 9 has to, each take a 2.5-minute shower, like I'm not conserving water and they're not wasting water.
Just paying a higher rate.
Yeah. So I'd like to look into changing that. I know just kind of in line once we're talking about the water bills.
I would support to either increasing the first tier in order to cover a family. I think we're being punitive for something that it was a need at one point. It's no longer a need.
Right. But
Then at the same time, we got to remember, we're looking to do conversion to septic to sewer, and we're looking to do stormwater, but that's not necessarily based on the consumption of the water. It's the rate. So, because even when we set the rate, the tiers still exist, so that would still be punitive in nature. So if you want to expand that, I'm all in support of that. I think it does need to be looked at because of necessity that's taking place today financially. There's sometimes 2 families living in this house.
Right. So even if it's just one family, it's the large families and people that are struggling the most that have to, hop into live with cousins or grandparents or whatever, they're going to, because it's based on water consumption, I'd like to look at that and see if we can change it. Because that was my biggest heartache with the thing this morning is that the biggest hit was going to be large families, percentage-wise, whatever, but I think it was going from $190 to $450. It was
26 or something.
Just insane. It's like a few $1,000s a year. So I don't know if we can throw that in there if you
We can.
agree, but
Yeah,
I wanted to bring
absolutely.
that up in my comments, but I figured now that you brought it up.
And by the way,
looking if we can change that.
Commissioner Biederman had a comment on this. Go ahead, Commissioner Biederman.
I don't have a problem evaluating it. My concern would be, are we going to violate any of our bond agreements by changing our revenue structure?
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Let us bring you back how it's structured now and why and what the commitments are, and then if we can change it and how we change it, what that does to the rate structure, the revenue streams, any commitments too. So we'll
that's a
bring you
little
back the
more than what I'm
package.
looking that I was looking for. So I'm glad that we're looking into that. But the last thing we want to do is to affect the bonds.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is, in some cases, is no fault of the property owner. For example, I have an individual that called me yesterday.
Understood.
That he had squatters living in his house because even though he boarded out the house, he kept the utilities on because they didn't realize that the utilities could be shut off and not be affected as a unsafe structure place. So here's what happened. They got a bill for $1,400 because the squatters were using the water, the meter might be bad. And so he feels that he was victimized by the squatters and now being victimized again because of the tier service. What I'm looking for is an exception or a release valve for those cases. And furthermore, I think that what my colleagues are bringing up, it's something that definitely needs to be reviewed.
Right. 2 different levels here.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
One is the relief from an exception. The other is the basic structure, and we'll bring back the package. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And third, looking at our whole menu of credit opportunities similar to Fort Lauderdale as an example.
Yep.
Okay.
Commissioner Quintana?
No, I'm still at it.
No. She
I'm
had
sorry.
a comment on this.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to, I seconded supported the idea, certainly, but I just wanted to, with that, again, to continue the message of this morning about education, because we currently, we get our water from the Biscayne Aquifer, just like Miami-Dade, and Miami-Dade is currently has declared an emergency because of, there's a warning due to ongoing drought conditions and increased water use, which have contributed to lower water levels in the Biscayne Aquifer, which is where we get our water too. It is a source, right? So I think the idea, like we said this morning, about really encouraging people and having them learn about water saving toilets and faucets and showers and all that stuff. I agree with what you're wanting to do and certainly don't want to put any burden on large families, but I think it needs to be coupled with what is within the control of the individual household to try to conserve water, because it still is I hear you, because you remember the lady who came, we were billing her for something that was none of her responsibility. I totally think we need to protect our folks who might otherwise not be able to pay their bill, but also provide information about how they can save water. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, look, I have no issues when it comes to that. Second thing that I have is a resident reach out to me and says, in downtown, we're trying to create more walkability for people to be able to walk. There is no crosswalks outside of the two major roads in the downtown area. They were wondering if there is a possibility to create more crosswalks, particularly on the crossroads, and whatever we're trying to bring into the downtown on both sides for safety reasons, something to consider whenever we do the pinstriping on the road to bring in more
Stripe the
crosswalks.
crosswalks from,
Stripe.
say, from Taylor at the north and where there's like
Yeah,
parking and.
correct. Yeah.
Makes sense.
I support that.
Okay.
Support.
Thank you. In downtown businesses, particularly the restaurant,
By the way, through pavement marking, I don't want staff to start designing like, $2 million crosswalks.
no.
Talking about
This is
pavement marking,
this is the run. Look, we're looking for safety.
Yeah.
We're looking for people to actually, when they step on the outside of the road, the cars actually stop. I'm not looking for a design crosswalk or
I
anything
got
like
it.
that.
I'll make that clear to the CRA director. Yep, yep.
Please.
Peter, so just to be clear, are you saying you want like signals and lights and everything else?
No,
or are you
no,
saying
no.
just Pavement markings.
Just pavement part.
Yeah, okay.
Just something so that people, so that the cars, they're more afraid of the vehicles.
Yeah.
But the law in the state of Florida says that you have to yield to a pedestrian, whether there's a crosswalk or not. But they feel more comfortable having a crosswalk because vehicles recognize you have to stop at a crosswalk, but they don't think that you got to stop if somebody just walks on the street. So that was what they're looking for. Also, the restaurant owners in the downtown are asking if we can, please do not park food trucks in front of restaurants whenever you're having a downtown event. It's counterproductive. Because now we have an event that is full of people, it's tough for the clients to park, and yet we park a food truck in front of the restaurant and we allow that food truck to set up tables in the middle of the road in front of the restaurant. And so I would ask if you guys can support something for Parks and Recs or the parking department or whoever's in charge of the special events, whether it's a private event or we're just sponsoring it, to be cognizant of the fact that the food trucks should not be in front of a restaurant.
I mean, indeed, makes me wonder why there should even be food trucks to begin with when there's so many restaurants in that block on both sides.
I don't believe that there should be, but I didn't want people to think that I'm against food truck altogether. And if you want to put the food truck, whenever you have the special event in the downtown, put the food trucks in
By
the
Anniversary Park, by Centennial Park. Yeah.
by Bicentennial Park or put them in the Arts Park.
Right, right. So obviously, Ricky and team speak with the producers of the events. That's a sensitive issue. Obviously, they shouldn't be in front of a restaurant. That's an obvious point. And do they really add so much to the event? We obviously want these events to economically benefit the businesses there, and a lot of them are food establishments. And if that means the producers ought to ask the food establishments in the street festival zone to have a table outside to sell from the curb, so to speak, to give them the opportunity to provide something that's a quick grab and go, then I would love to see that from all of them as opposed to the food trucks.
And I think that that's a meeting that we need to have with the restaurants and says, okay, what are you providing for somebody?
And if they're
who just wants
interested
a
or not.
Quick
Yeah.
bite and something that it's not a sit down meal. Because somebody, if you're going to a special event, if you want a couple of tacos or something like that, you grab those, you go, you grab a beer, you do what you need to do. You don't necessarily want to have a sit-down dinner unless you're going in there for a sit-down dinner.
Right.
And if you do that, then you don't want the food truck right in front of you where you got to smell the fumes from their gas generators.
Yep.
So I need one more, I believe.
On this?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think they should meet with Mark.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, if they always have the ability to bring their food out or have somebody there taking orders and bring it out. Also, it was brought to my attention that there's a desire to have golf cart parking along 19th Avenue where we currently have
The motorcycle
motorcycle parking,
Right.
so that we could actually park golf carts that are only single golf cart, not the long ones that you have 6 or 7 people, so that they can actually utilize that area. So I don't know how you feel about that.
Makes total sense.
Okay. I mean, they still got to pay, and we want to make sure that they have a registration and a tag along there. We don't want people to think that just because they have a golf cart and we have parking.
I'm sorry, 19th and
19th and
Between Polk and Tyler.
and Polk and Taylor.
Narrow stripes there.
Correct. We kind of narrowed and we have, I think, 6 or 8.
Says motorcycle only right now.
So we can just put motorcycle and parking if you guys think it's okay. They're asking for something like that. So
Just the change in the sign to say motorcycle and golf cart.
golf cart, yeah,
As opposed to just motorcycle only.
correct.
Size spot for a motorcycle and a golf cart?
Yeah.
Yeah, they fit.
As long as, yeah, because remember, those were the parking spaces that there were less than 8.5 feet. And so what we did is we created legal parking spaces on the east side of the road, but then on the west side, we narrowed it down and just called them motorcycle parking only. And the last thing that I have, please don't hate me, the Young House purchase, I believe that that has not gone through. And the reason that we made the motion and the passage of such was because we felt that we were in a spot that we didn't want to lose that opportunity to do so. But my understanding is that that's not the case right now. So I'd like to have an update where we are when it comes to that, if possible.
Sure. So as you all know, the reason that we brought the item forward at the last commission meeting was because there was a foreclosure auction set by the clerk of courts based on a foreclosure judgment in the case. And we wanted the ability to participate in that auction. Subsequently, there was a bankruptcy filing by the owner of the property. And when that occurs, that generally stays any type of foreclosure action. So that auction was then canceled. That means that the bankruptcy issue needs to be addressed by the courts. We anticipate that we don't have a real way of knowing the time frame of that, but we anticipate based on prior incidences that this will be dispatched of relatively quickly. And so we are monitoring it and prepared that if that is dispatched of, then we would be prepared to go back into the auction mode and participate. We also continue to negotiate with the current owner of the property to see if we can reach a potential deal that would avoid an auction scenario. And we have both of the appraisals that we'll share with you all, and so that you'll be able to see those. And, obviously, we're trying to, position the city as best we can to potentially be able to purchase the property. So, we are mindful of revealing everything in a public setting other than what we need to.
Correct. And so my question is, number one, do we have or can we have the opportunity to inspect the property now that more time exists so that whenever you generate the appraisal, you can also bring to us where the inspection is with the property, number one. And number two is I'd like to discuss among us is what would be the use of that property in the long term for the city of Hollywood if we do acquire it? I mean, is that going to be the mayor and commissioner's house, for example, that we can use? Is it? No, I'm just asking. People are asking questions like, what are you going to use with a house if you buy it?
I mean, I would think it's obvious. It would be, it's the city's founder's mansion that he built 100 years ago. It's the most elaborate and beautiful
historical value of the city.
Building of its type in the city. It's the most ornamented old structure from the 1920s. It's grand. It's right on Hollywood Boulevard. It was the city's founder's home. And it has a beautiful, layout. It tells the story, still preserved 100 years later. It tells kind of the story of the city as you walk through it. So I see it solely and strictly as a cultural heritage site. It's registered on the National Register of Historic Places. And so I see school field trips going there, getting a tour of it, having the story of Hollywood be told for generations through a physical walkthrough of that home. That's where we tell the story of Hollywood. And so I see it as a historical heritage site, cultural tours, whether it's students or people, has a beautiful courtyard, and it should just serve in the same way that cultural sites of its type serve as an open tour opportunity for people to visit historic places.
Correct. Who's
I
going
see it.
to, no, and I see the same thing. I'm just asking how or who's going to run it?
Well, who's going to run it will either be the city, or if we enter into an agreement with, for example, the Historical Society.
I'm not real happy with them right now with what happened with the Centennial, to be honest with you.
Well, we don't have to talk about that.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, I would rather that it comes in-house. Look, I'm all for what we're trying to do, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we discuss more or less what the purpose of the long-term goal is, and only because once we buy it, there's going to be probably more money going into it. And I want to make sure that it serves the city and the citizens of Hollywood a purpose, as well as the people that visit the city, in order to be able to have it available for them. So I think that if you're going to do something like that, I would just be inquisitive as to what it is and for the purpose of what it is, because, they're negotiating something, so I'd like to know what we're getting into.
Yep.
That's it.
Anyone else want to speak on this? Let me clear out the queue, and then we can go back to it, or if you feel satisfied, we can move on. All right, let's move on. All right, next is Vice Mayor Coleri. Is there any comments? Let's go ahead to...
Hi, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I just have really quick something to mention. First, thank you everyone for all the prayers. We are managing, but I was asked to please hold on. I'm trying to find it now. Darn it all, Friday. I was asked to mention about the PAL that's this coming.
What, the boxing event?
The boxing, yes, that is going to be on February 21st at 3 p.m. at Hollywood PAL. They're hoping everyone will come out and join, and I was asked to please mention it and let everyone know about it. And that's all I have. Again, thank you, everyone. Apologize for not being there, but as you know, prayers and just many thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Coleri. Commissioner Gruber.
I touched on my water bill thing already, and just also love and prayers to the Coleri family, and that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Biederman.
Thank you, Mayor. Number one, thank you for always clarifying my words. You're a great interpreter of my babbling sometimes.
Hey, 10 years together.
I want to make sure that we remind people that we're having a free concert at Boulevard Heights Community Center this Saturday night, 7 p.m., free parking. It's going to be a good group. They're playing stuff from the 80s by Donna Summer, Miami Sound Machine, Ricky Martin, David Bowie, and I'm sure much more. I'm going to let Commissioner Quintana talk about Party on the J. And just to bring attention to some issues that need to be looked at in District 5, 72nd Avenue on the east side from Taft Street to Sheridan Street has had potholes patched over the years, but it's kind of rough, and I know it's a borderline, so what part is Hollywood and what part is the city to our west? 68th Avenue, I've mentioned this before, north of like Park, like between, there's like a no man's land between Hollywood and Davie. So the center of the street has some peeling that we've tried to fix before, but it's kind of like the only rough area. Like Davie just redid their area and we did part of it to the south, or it's not as bad to the south, but Joseph, if you could drive by those two, I would appreciate it. And finally, I had asked this yesterday, I don't know if there's an answer yet, but the property that we as a CRA sold for development on Adams Street and Dixie Highway is for sale again at like 4 times the amount of money that we sold it for. So I was wondering if we found out yet if there was some kind of revisionary clause. I know I asked for it at the time, like an anti-flipping clause. I don't know if staff had time to look at it or if anybody else on this body is concerned, shares a similar concern or recollection.
We'd have to take a look at the record to see exactly what's in the agreement.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
That was originally under CRA ownership?
It was a CRA ownership.
Okay.
We sold it. Originally, we were going to give it for like $600,000. We talked them up to like 900, close to $1 million, because it was a brownfield supposedly, and then it wasn't. And now they got
Plans approved.
whatever they got entitlements, and now they're selling it for 4 times the amount of money we sold it for. And when we talked about it, what? 4 times. So when we talked about it, I was concerned about them not building or flipping, and I wanted to make sure that we follow through on any timelines that we had mandated in that sale.
Well,
And if there's any revisionary based on my concerns about them flipping it.
all right, we'll dig out the whole package and bring it back, yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right. I just do want to mention that I think the logic then was, and it's fair logic, is, hey, if someone's going to purchase this vacant land, go through the county entitlements, go through the city entitlements, and if in the end they are not the ones building it, so long as we get the result that we wanted, then the thought was we're getting the benefit of the enhancement to the neighborhood,
But we're not
to the
getting
building. Yeah, so I'm just sharing that that's the logic, and no matter who builds it, if it will ever be built, I don't know. Will they get those dollars for that entitlement, set? Who knows? But if we get the outcome, I think that's really what we bargained for in the end. Now, all that said, if there's a reverter clause, I'm happy about that.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Quintana.
All right, so you guys know I'm going to talk about the party on the J.
Already up. Where's the video?
We did make the decision because it was 27 degrees on our original scheduled date. It's going to be in the high 80s this Sunday. We're going to have beautiful sunny weather. We're going to have the Chaminade Madonna Drumline coming out to welcome everybody. Miami Blocko, the group that was there last year that was so well received. If you missed it, you got a second chance. You're going to get a chance to get a sneak peek at the 11th annual Hollywood Salsa Fest because Melina Almodovar is going to do a short guest appearance. So you get to get a preview for what's happening in April, except you'll do it on Johnson Street and the business district there. We'll also have the Derek Mack Band, beautiful R&B soul music. You're going to love that. Dance to that. We're going to have 14 different food and beverage establishments that are local to Johnson Street and on the 7. Support those locally owned small businesses. Come try them out. They're so excited about being able to share what they have to offer with everyone. We're going to have a lot of children's activities and art activities. The Art and Culture Center will be there, but so will Harris Art Studio, which is located in District 5, Commissioner Biederman. Hollywood Police Department and Fire Department will be there. Casey the dog. There's just going to be so much great stuff. Buckets of Joy, if you haven't experienced that yet, will be an art activity featured. The Hollywood Woodcraft. Memorial Hospital and Joe DiMaggio are really a big part of making this happen, and so we thank them for their support, and they'll be there with bells on. And then we'll have about 15 businesses otherwise that are not food businesses that are located on the 7 and on Johnson Street, locally owned. Miramar Bakery, Alex Riccio has worked like a dog to make this year's event happen, and he had in years past as well. F45 Hollywood Hills, which is actually not in Hollywood Hills, but on the 7, will be there to tell you about all their great stuff. So all I can tell you is come, have fun, enjoy the music. It's the International Music, Food, and Art Festival, otherwise known as Party on the J. Please come out, have fun. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Well, it sounds like we need a push-up competition at the F45 booth. or a tutorial, right? Well, thank you everyone for your comments. I do want to invite everyone to Ignite Broward, which the City of Hollywood is participating in. It's us, Mad Arts in Dania Beach and in Fort Lauderdale. We all participate with the county in a 10-day light festival. And that's continuing at Arts Park free of charge between today and Sunday night. It's every evening from 6 p.m. on up. And I really invite you to go take a stroll through the Arts Park and enjoy that light display. It's really interactive, both for adults and for kids, really everyone. You'll enjoy a beautiful walk. And I enjoyed that beautiful walk with my wife on Valentine's Day when we were downtown. We went to dinner at this beautiful, small little Uzbek restaurant called Osh Tea Room. I know the name Tea Room might not speak to us as a full-service restaurant, but it is. With Uzbek cuisine, a lot of grilled skewers, salads, soups. They make their own bread in-house. It's really great. We love it. It's right on the corner of 21st Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard, right there on the northeast corner of the intersection. So I wanted to plug them, but also let everyone know that Valentine's Day was so busy downtown. Almost every restaurant was at capacity, it seemed like. Even the restaurants that you don't usually see too many tables in were full, and it was really a successful night for everyone enjoying downtown and patronizing the restaurants there. So thanks to everyone. We'll just continue that'll just continue building and have more growth there. Continued excitement about the progress on the Johnson Street light project, street light project that's continuing just east of Memorial Hospital and continuing east. That's really a good project there that's continuing on. Wanted to thank Design and Construction Management with their continuing commitment to evaluate the speed tables that were already installed throughout the city and will continue to be installed to ensure that the contractor built them to proper specifications. So they're putting together a punch list and making sure that the speed tables can be as smooth as they were designed to be. I know that some of them continue to, of course, be harsher than others, and there really isn't a reason why, if they're built to design, one should be harsh and the other one shouldn't be. So hopefully they'll get the ones that are problematic and not the spec corrected not before too long. So thank you to Alex and Rudy for that commitment. Party on the J. Commissioner Quintana, really looking forward. 58th and Johnson this Sunday from 12 to 4. And so bring your dancing shoes, walk over, bike over, find your own parking space. Come hungry. Yeah, I think you're still on. Go ahead. Hold on. Commissioner Quintana, go ahead.
Sorry, we did actually reserve a few parking, some of the property owners there. It's at 50, I know the communications department will put something out about it, but if you want to jot it down, 5911 Johnson. Behind there is a whole parking lot that you could park at 5901, behind Perfect Liquor, there's a parking lot where you'll be able to park. And then there's a church at 5801 Grant that has a 1 acre lot that they'll have an attendant on the premises, $3 and that flat rate, and you can stay as long as you want for the party.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice. That sounds awesome. So yeah, definitely come by and enjoy this street festival. Also, before I wrap up, want to wish our Muslim residents a happy Ramadan. Today is the first day of Ramadan, and we'll be presenting a proclamation for the Eid al-Fitr. That'll be March 4th. But happy Ramadan to everyone who celebrates. And what, today? And today is Ash Wednesday. So pardon me for being ignorant, but what do you say for Ash Wednesday? Not happy Ash Wednesday, right? Just wish.
Beginning of Lent.
Anyone Catholic? No, it's Catholic, right?
Beginning of Lent.
Beginning of Lent for our Catholic residents. So wish everyone meaningful holidays, no matter what.
It's just Mayor. It's just a preparation.
Okay.
It's a preparation for the Catholic faith for 40 days of fasting and prayer and Lent during Lent, and then with the rising on Easter.
Thank you, Commissioner Kaleri. All right, and with that, with good holiday wishes, let's dish it to the city attorney.
Thank you so much. No comments from me today.
All right. let's go to city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and to the members of the public and staff. Again, I want to thank you for the workshop this morning on the utilities issues. Again, one of the probably, I know, longer and more detailed ones, but also probably one of the more beneficial ones and impactful ones in terms of the focus and for the future. So much appreciated. And as I said, we'll return with part 3 on that. Speaking of impactful meetings, next Monday, the 23rd at 9 a.m. in the Development Services Hub meeting room on the second floor will be the fiscal kickoff meeting. And this will be the official start of our budget development process for next fiscal year. Believe it or not, here we go again.
I heard Raheem will be the star of that show.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
And he'll be fasting, so we'll have to all pay attention and let him go.
I think he's going to have some things to talk to us about AI and what that means for the future and some of the impacts in terms of service delivery and how we do business in the future, which will certainly be significant. So yes, that'll be important. And as we tell folks every year, if you only want to grab a couple of meetings a year, this is one of those that can really give you some sense of the future and priorities in the process too. So that's an important one. I know we've already mentioned Ignite Broward, but this as part, there's a free concert this Saturday night and going from 6 to 10 p.m. in Arts Park at the amphitheater. It's
Yeah, the Spam All-Stars.
Spam All-Stars.
Great jam band for anyone who doesn't know.
And Jamluka, Julka, Dav Julka, independent singer, musician, and songwriter, also for free. Operation Paintbrush is a week from Saturday, the 28th, from 8 a.m. to noon. Free paint, 1600 South Park Road, show Hollywood ID, and you can receive up to 2 5-gallon buckets of recycled paint. And then I believe you all have received a report. The city commissioned GM Selby to do a report on the 5G antenna in the vicinity of 28th and Funston. And, the report indicates that they have found no violation of federal standards there or any kind of levels that approach anything being hazardous there as well. So the individual, the resident expert, was not able to be here today, out of town, can be with us for the next commission meeting so we can ask questions, get a detailed report and presentation, and indicate that we believe at this point we've done everything that we can do and hopefully reach some kind of resolution on this matter. So.
Well, thank you, George. All right, so finally on our agenda will be citizen comments. It is 4:33, so we will recess until 5 p.m. Thank you all. All right, thank you all. We are resuming our meeting here, February 18th. Only item left on our agenda today is 5 p.m. citizen comments. It is about 5:03 right now. 5:03-ish. So let's go ahead and collect the speaker cards. If you're here to speak at citizen comments, Pat is our city clerk. She'll collect the comment cards, and you'll have 3 minutes to tell us how you feel about whichever aspect of the city you would like to discuss. Ann Ralston, please come on up, followed by Zach Harrison, then the Albertellis.
Good evening or afternoon. On the water discussion this afternoon with all of you, I think the base charge is a base charge minimum, whether you use that for water conservation. I remember that time. Whether I use that water or not, and I'm single, live alone, I use not even the required amount, but I still have to pay that base rate that's higher than if I didn't use the water at all, so I'd like you to look at that. Okay, now, because this city seems to be shoving down our throats, lots of things, like MITFAs, 5G poles, speed humps, giving away city property by 99-year leases with 1301, the fire station. Now we want to buy the Young House. I don't know where you're going to get the money to maintain it and run it, but okay. Since we're all going to do that and you seem to ignore the citizens, your bosses, what we want or desire in our city, that won't come to a vote. We've been taking on conversations that you have that aren't on the agenda and passing raises and items that the public doesn't get to speak on. I find it kind of counterproductive to what government should be. Government is for the people, by the people, and of the people, and our desires to what we want to see in a city. My neighborhood, to me, is wrecked. The buildings that are going up are not historical whatsoever. And by the way, you might as well get rid of the historical overlay district since we don't follow the rules. Some of us have to, with my roof, but we can pass anything. We can do special exceptions. I might become a school. Who knows? Now we can do almost anything because that door has been opened. And I have never seen a department push so hard for one item in a neighborhood on Monroe Street than I saw this with this department. It was so obvious. I was beside myself on how strongly that this department pushed this MITFA when 1,500 people in our neighborhood didn't want it. So, and it's not raising values. Boy, did I get the nice low ball from one of the participants in that. Okay, so now please put that on for the overlay district since we don't follow those rules. And my thoughts and prayers are going to Ms. Kalari, and hope everything is good. Send a prayer for her, and thank you very much.
Zach Harrison, followed by Amanda Albertelli.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Zach Harrison. I'm an employee with Water Taxi at Fort Lauderdale. Water Taxi provides a route from the 17th Street Bridge all the way down to Margaritaville. As I outlined in my emails to the mayor on February 2nd and February 9th, you have a very serious safety issue with Water Taxi. The boat that they're using in sending down to Hollywood, the Fiesta, is grandfathered in by the Coast Guard, does not need to have a fire suppression system. This is an older boat. If this catches fire, it would take minutes to go up in flames, putting the lives of every person on that boat completely at risk. I can tell you, as a mate with Water Taxi, we are not given proper training for first aid or for any incidents. You're looking at a potential death trap on your waters going to Margaritaville. I'd like to share a couple of things. Water Taxi, based on my own personal experience and what's shared with me from my fellow employees, has a very poor maintenance record on all of its boats throughout the entire fleet. In fact, there was an accident December 13th during the Fort Lauderdale Winter Water Fest where one of the captains, 80 years old with poor night vision, hit a channel marker, throwing about the 20 to 25 individuals who were on the boat to the floor. 2 water taxi employees were injured, requiring medical care. A third person, I'm told, was a reporter for WSVN, was also injured, requiring medical care. None of this was reported to any of the law enforcement agencies, whether it be Fort Lauderdale Police, Coast Guard, Florida Water Commission, anybody. This was covered up. And this is the type of company that's running this business down into Margaritaville here in Hollywood. There's a history of captains and crew drinking and doing drugs before going to work. And this is a current thing that's been shared with me. In addition, terrible anti-Semitism is going on there that I subject to, toxic work environment. I want to share with you in a email that was sent out from Water Taxi to its employees, the fleet employees, on January 3rd, it outlined the company's policy did not require that each boat have a separate life safety vest for each child on board. That is contrary to Coast Guard regulations. Let me say that again. Water Taxi does not require its boats to meet Coast Guard guidelines. So in the event that children on board would need a life vest, there may not be enough on board to protect them. I had an amazing experience there. There's a lot of good people there, but this is a direct result of Mr. Bill Walker, who's the owner, and Mr. Greg Farley, who is the president of the company, who've made this determination for many years now to take this approach to their company. And part of my job, just to share, was safety. That was a critical part of my job as a deckhand, so I'm speaking from experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And just for information, I did forward the emails sent by Mr. Harrison to the chief of police and the fire chief, and made them aware of the content of those emails for their follow-up as they saw fit. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Albertelli.
Hello. Thank you for providing the report from GM Selby. I was expecting it to be presented along with comments or discussion from you, but it was only sent as an attachment with no additional writings. We specifically requested that the report focus on long-term exposure, and although that phrase appears in the document, it's used only in reference to long-term exposure as it relates to tissue heating. At no point does it address non-thermal biological effects from chronic continuous exposure. And I want you to hopefully recognize that that omission matters and understand that it doesn't help or resolve our issue. I would like to add that it's been 75 days since I was forced out of my home, 75 days displaced, 75 days unsettled, and 75 days of agony. We did not walk away from our home. We were pushed out by a situation that should have been fully addressed before it ever came to this point. We've asked numerous questions unrelated to health, direct questions about permit violations and accurate measurements. We've asked for accountability. Instead of clear answers, we were handed incomplete documents and some that avoid the core issues altogether. Please dig into this the way we have. Invest in the way we have invested into our home. Fight for us the way that we fought to build our life in this community. Care for us the way we care for our neighbors. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for fairness and responsibility. We're asking to go home. Do what's right. Please answer our questions. Fix what needs to be fixed and help us get back to our home.
Want to start the clock for me?
Pat.
Good evening, everyone. As if there wouldn't be more comments for us to bring to your attention about the 5G pole, which was improperly placed next to our home and inconsiderately inflicting this damage on our family and our home and in our lives. But, you know, we found the permit that you provided with our records request originally. It just shows an expired date that was 180 days out. Peter mentioned that they could get this extended, but when we looked that up, it says that that would still have to be processed with documentation. We have no proof that that was documented or processed properly. We'd like to see that. Please provide it. With the records request, we've been getting ridiculous replies, telling us basically to write the emails, write the correspondence, and to know what we are asking for ahead of you providing it to us, which you have in your stored documents. We just want you to provide the information. That's what we paid for. That's what you have to provide us in exchange for our very patient waiting for this. We came to you guys for help. That's why we're here. We want your help. We want each and every one of you to pay attention to our issue and come to our aid because it's kind of important, Kevin. And it's very important that these children get to resume their lives the way they were built and invested in by our hard work as a family. We were considerate to our neighbors. We were considerate to all of you. We're still being considerate. But what we've gotten from you is complete the opposite. With the measurements that were referenced in the GM Selby evaluation report, we've got comments from Jessica Crown Castle that show that the pole is 36 feet high and the measurements. Then from the report is written as 22 feet high and the measurements. And then from the permit documentation, it shows that the pole is actually 27 feet high. And I'm pretty good at guesstimating when I can look around and, measure everything in our lives with math. That's what we use. It looks to be 27 feet high. So if the person evaluating and the person being permitted can't get the measurements right, that's a violation of the permit. That's a simple fact. Again, we came to you guys looking for help. Each and every one of you has something you can present or something you guys can contribute together to help us. And if we're not asking the right people, we want you guys to take this up, go above you, go right to the state, go right to the local, anybody that can help us within the Senate, within the FCC. I feel like this is your duty to champion for us and to help us. That's what we want. That's why we're coming. And we're going to come back, and we're going to ask you again every time until we get somebody to take care of this problem. Please move the 5G pole.
Thank you. Sabino Corona.
How you doing? I've been a resident here in Broward since 2003, and I'm very proud to say, Mayor, that you have, when you leave the city, you're going to leave the city in better condition than when you received it.
Thank you.
That much I can say. Like you or not, that's a fact. And I want to present to you, I sometimes see you in Offendale, but I don't want to talk to you about certain things. I live on Fillmore Street, 59th Avenue. There's a lot of accidents there since Walmart opened up because they use that street since they removed a lot of streets as access. So they use Fillmore as an entrance to go to 441. And if you check the records, city, police, fire department, there's a lot of accident on that avenue. And I wish you consider, or the council, putting bumps on the street, if possible, and a four-way stop in the future.
59th and Fillmore.
And Fillmore, yes, sir.
Staff.
And I want to present this here to you. I know you've done a damn good job. Excuse my profanity.
Yeah.
Love you.
I appreciate
Thank you. And I want to present you with this little award here as a token of appreciation. I see you in Offendale a lot sometimes, but I don't like to talk
They
business
got the
on
best
that.
burgers in town over there.
Bagels.
Yeah, bagels for you?
All right.
Alfred Halls, everybody.
Here for you.
Wow, this is unexpected, and thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Rubin. Let's see what it says over there. We've never had a chance to read this for the record. Mayor Josh Levy, for unwavering dedication and responsible stewardship and a lasting commitment to strengthening our city, your leadership ensured we are better today because of the care you gave yesterday. Thank you for leaving a legacy of improvement for generations to come. From S. Corona, DAV Chapter 73. Thank you. Thank you. Why don't you tell us about DAV Chapter 73? You want to come on up? It looks like it has the insignias of all the U.S. Armed Forces disabled veterans.
They were here, but they moved out. They had very few members attending, so they moved to Tamarack.
I got you.
Sorry to say.
Yeah, well, thank you so much,
Okay.
Mr. Corona.
Thank you.
This means a lot. Thank you.
And thank you, rest of the council.
All right. Commissioner Quintana.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the recognition of our mayor. I want you to know that I'm your city commissioner. I live about 2 blocks away from you. And it's very much on the radar of the city's traffic engineering department, 59th and Fillmore. In fact, I think it was about last week, Andrea, that I sent an email asking for an update. And then the response came back that it was on your list, but that you didn't have a scheduled time for when it would be addressed. And I think I wrote back and I said, I need a little bit more concrete information. So just please, just for the record, just so you know, sir, that it's been brought to my attention. I don't know which of the 4 corners you're at, but I'm very much familiar, and I'm very much familiar with the very many accidents that have occurred there. Several of your neighbors have reported it already, and as have I. Thank you.
Thank you all. Well, that concludes citizen comments. George, did you want to?
Just wanted to add, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
I don't think the Albertellis were here when you mentioned that Selby is coming.
Right. The individual from GM Selby that did the inspection and the report was unable to be here today because out of town on some family business. So we'll be here at the next meeting, commission meeting, to not only provide the report, explain it, answer questions, and everything we've continued to do in terms of responses for records. We'll continue to make sure that that's current and updated and be prepared to answer all the questions and issues we can. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you, George. All right. Thank you all. This concludes our meeting for today.